Right, we have the Dallas Middle School.
Good evening, my name is Leslie Sullivan and I have been with Dallas Middle School for 9 years. This is the performance of the 7th and 8th grade band and choir. We are performing 3 pieces for you this evening. The first is called Winkin', Blinkin' and Nod. The second is called Why Does the Willow Weep? And then we're going to transition very quickly to band. And band is going to play a Miss Robin. On the violin, joining us for this first piece, we have 2 soloists. We have Natalie and Sienna, who are going to bless us with their solo. So thank you. And I'm going to have these fabulous, amazing students introduce themselves by name. So when I point to you, go ahead and say your name loud and proud.
Sarah Rose, Alice Judah, Ariel Leos, Marley Berry, Natalie Avaluz, Joshua Chambers, Sam Kerr, Sienna Mondragon, Marley Erdman, Keely Bird, Jimena Villanova.
Zane Smith, Kevin Parga,
Noelani Eggers, Lillian Mettler, Carliana Morales.
Good problem when you don't have enough chairs. Introduce themselves also. Same room. Jimena Villanova. Bea Talala. You.
Kevin Parga. Dan Smith.
Nolani Akers. Leila Garcia. Kalaya Johnson. Evanina Bella. Garcia Quadrant. Wright Smith.
Ashley Butters.
Abigail Short. Adrian Cards.
Daniel Reagan. Martin Castillo. And David Shaw.
Ariel Leo. Marley Perry. Audrey Sharon.
Here Cornejo.
Adrian Montes.
Edgar Castaneda. Aubrey Gooding. Zachary Palmier. Letting us perform. Thank you to our school board for your support and for allowing us to perform for you this evening. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you again to Ms. Leslie Sullivan, our music director, and showcasing our choir and band students from here at TDMS. So thanks again. Next on the agenda, we have our student and staff recognition. So I'll have our Director of Communication, Ms. Stephanie Bowen, present that.
Good evening. I don't know how I'm supposed to follow that amazing performance. So big thank you to the Dalles Middle School. That was amazing and definitely the highlight of my day. So just to recap from our February board meeting, we started last month a new staff recognition, just a fun way to end the Friday with a high five Friday. So we are randomly selecting staff in each of our school locations to get a high five, a coffee drink, and a happy send-off into the weekend. So this month we were able to celebrate with Mrs. Chance over at Colonel Wright, Mr. McNeil over at Colonel Wright, and Mrs. Dujic over at Chenoweth Elementary. I also had the opportunity to ask them to share something that they loved about their job, and I'll just share those with you. Mr. McNeil said that he really enjoyed and loved the staff that he worked with, and Mrs. Chance shared that it was the relationships that she got to build with her students. And I did miss asking Mrs. Dujic that question because she was in the middle of the Friday Chenoweth Assembly, which if you have not witnessed is quite the chaotic event, very exciting. But I did get about 40 really awesome high fives out of the deal. So we are going to do that tomorrow because it's Friday already, and we will be back here at the Dalles Middle School to bring some coffee and some joy.
Thank you, Ms. Bowen. Next, we'll move into our student representative reports. First, we'll hear from the Dalles High School. We have Mayette Winwood.
Hello, my name is Mayette Winwood. I'm a junior at the Dalles High School, and I am the ASB Public Relations Officer. This week was the first week of our third and final trimester, and we have some exciting news. The TDHS Drama Department started performing their spring musical Freaky Friday last week. They have a few more performances coming up. Tonight, March 16th, tomorrow, March 17th, and Saturday, March 18th at 7:30 p.m. with a matinee performance at 2 o'clock on Saturday. Our robotics team went to state last weekend on March 11th in Klamath Falls. One of our teams, System Overload, is our two-time state champion. They beat 64 other teams. They were allied with our other team, Syntax Error, who were first-time state champions. In addition to being back-to-back state champions, System Overload was also awarded with the Top Individual Award and the Excellence Award, which is given to the best team in the state. Next up for them is Nationals in Council Bluffs, Iowa over spring break. Spring sports started a few weeks ago, and our teams are ready to compete. This Friday, our track and field team will be out at Wetonka on Friday, March 17th at 2 o'clock for their first meet of the season. Boys tennis began this past Tuesday, March 14th at the TDHS tennis courts versus Ridgeview. On March 17th, boys and girls tennis will be going against Aragon at the TDHS tennis court starting at 3:30. Softball is traveling to Pendleton on Friday starting at 2 o'clock. Boys golf will also be competing on Friday at the Dalles Country Club starting at 10 a.m. And on Saturday, March 18th, baseball will be at Kramer Field against Baker, the first game starting at 1 p.m. On March 3rd, our concert band traveled to Warner Pacific University for an evaluational competition. Coming up next, on April 20th, the jazz band will be going to a Tri-Valley Conference Festival. The TDHS Advanced Leadership class is planning an impaired driving week, the week leading up to prom, starting on April 24th. This week will inform students about the risks of impaired driving, whether that is under the influence of alcohol or drugs and/or distracted driving. Not planned by the leadership class, but CGCC is putting on a college and career expo at CGCC on April 21st. This is for juniors and seniors only and will begin at 9 a.m. and go to 1 p.m. Thank you.
All right, next we have our report from Innovations Academy, and we have Ms. Carrie Clausen. Not seeing Ms. Schultes. Okay, we can circle back. So we'll go on to the report from the Dalles Middle School. We have Yaresli Vasquez and Willow Ziegenhagen.
Good evening, District 21 School Board. I'm Yossi Vasquez. Today with me, I have a very special guest. To my left is Willow Ziegenhagen, Treasurer of TDMS. On Tuesday, March 7th, the TDMS choir received a standing ovation at their concert at the old Saint Landmark Church. This was the first time attending a choir festival in 3 years. The bands performed on Thursday, March 9th, and wowed the audience. 2 days ago, on March 14th, the TDMS band attended the OMIA District 2 Band Festival in Sandy and received an excellent rating.
This week, Mrs. Sullivan is conducting auditions for our spring musical Moana Jr. And after spring break, the band will tour all of the elementary schools to recruit incoming 6th grade band students for next year.
We want to give a special shout out to our wrestlers that made it to state. Dante Martinez, Brendan Mansu, Adrian Miramontes, and Kiana Dominguez. They were all in the top 8. Dante, Adrian, and Kiana made the quarterfinals. There were 132 schools that wrestled in these tournaments. All their hard work paid off.
Track season is coming up. Track will start after spring break for all those track fans. I know I am one. You should also get ready to run like the wind and beat your records. This year, coach will be Sarah Ziegenhagen. The cheerleaders got an amazing opportunity to perform in the Cherry Festival.
On Tuesday, the 7th graders had a field trip. They went downtown to see the murals. They were so lucky to be able to eat in the Civic. They also got free ice cream of their choice from the school. We were so thankful for the volunteers that explained the murals and the meanings behind them. The 7th grade had a fantastic time. We heard a lot of positive feedback.
The 8th graders and a couple lucky 7th graders went to Portland to perform in a festival. They get to perform a couple of their best songs in front of a big crowd. The band was worked hard and long for this moment. They have many more great opportunities ahead of them.
Monday was a fresh start for everyone. It was the beginning of a new trimester. Everyone was so excited to see the new electives they got. Overall, many people were happy with their classes.
It's Spirit Week this week. Monday was Comfy Day. Tuesday was Croc Day. Wednesday is 80s Day, which is either a flash in the past or you in your 80s. Today was Mustache Day, and Friday is St. Patty's Day, of course. Better wear all your green clothing. You don't want to get pinched.
Hey, Willow, knock, knock.
Who's there?
Clover.
Over who?
Clover here, and I'll tell you. Dun dun. We are excited to see what comes next. We thank everyone here for coming and giving us your time. We hope you guys have a good rest of your night. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from Chenoweth Elementary School. We have Alexis Figueroa.
Buenas noches de nuevo. Soy un estudiante de quinto grado en la escuela primaria de Chenoweth. ¿Recuerdas mi nombre? Good evening again. I'm still a 5th grader at Chenoweth Elementary School. Do you remember my name? En quinto grado estamos aprendiendo sobre círculos eléctricos. ¿Sabes de dónde se mueve la electricidad? Átomos. In 5th grade, we're learning about electrical circuits. Do you know what electricity moves through? Atoms. En educación física, estamos exhalando en la pared de roca. Es tan divertido. In 5th grade, we're climbing on the rock wall. It's so much fun. Hemos comenzado de nuevo las asambleas de todos los viernes. Este mes tuvimos estudiantes cantando canciones y el bujo que se llama Otis de Youthing vino a nuestra escuela. Todos los padres y miembros de la junta escolar están invitados a unirse todos los viernes a las 8 de la mañana. Solo te tomará 15 minutos de tu tiempo. We've started our Friday assemblies again. This month, we had students singing songs and Otis the Owl from Youth Thing show up. All parents and school board members are invited to join every Friday at 8 a.m. It will only take 15 minutes of your time. El programa de lectura Smart está llegando una vez a la semana. Hay muchos adultos leyendo a nuestros estudiantes de primer grado. Smart Reading Program has been coming once a week. There are a lot of adults reading to our first grade students. ASB de cuarto grado está planeando un evento divertido del Día de la Tierra, el abril 21. Están invitados a juntar y participar en las diversas actividades. Fourth grade ASB is planning an Earth Day fun event on April 21st. You are invited to stop by and participate in our fun activities. Todas las mañanas en estos anuncios tenemos un chiste del día. Y hoy es, maestro, me meteré en problemas por algo que no hice. El maestro dice, claro que no. El estudiante dice, bien, porque no hice mi tarea. Every morning on our announcements, we have a joke of the day. Today's is, teacher, will I get in trouble for something I didn't do? The teacher says, of course not. The student says, good, because I didn't do my homework. Y como siempre decimos en Chenoweth, recuerda ser amable, responsable, respetuoso y seguro. Y no olvides, juntos somos mejores. And as we always say at Chenoweth, remember to be kind, be responsible, be respectful, and be safe. And don't forget, together we're better.
Next, we'll hear from Dry Hollow Elementary School. We have Lydia Leducer and Elias Jensen.
Good evening, District. Good evening, District 21 Board. We are back. You're back. We're all back. It hasn't been that long ago since we last met, but there are many things that have been happening at Dry Hollow.
We'd like to tell you about them. I'll start if you don't mind, Mr. Jensen.
Go right ahead, Miss Leducer. Well, that's
Happy to, Mr. Jensen. Several students got an opportunity to toss a pie into a staff member's face at an assembly we had. This was fun to watch, and we want to thank the brave staff members that volunteered to let us do this. We were able to have this assembly because we earned over 1,500 Pride points.
why, thank you, Lydia.
You're welcome, Mr. Jensen.
Dry Hollow also had another assembly for Word of the Month. Cooperation. Oops, that's cooperation. I've got to get it together, and that's kind of like what the word is about. Getting together and working together to achieve a goal. Being a team player, like your board members do. Some students from 5th grade did a skit for the school, and we watched a video about cooperation.
Why, that sounds like fun. I wish I'd been there.
You were, Lydia.
Oops. The end of the second trimester crept up on us. Several students met their AR reading goals. This last trimester, one of them, you guessed it, my brother, Raiden, earned over 200 points. That was over 400% of his goal.
Mrs. Corey and Mr. Armando held a drawing to give away the 2 bikes the Masons donated to our school. This spring break, you might see Noah and Laya riding around on these bikes. We would like to thank the Masons again for donating these 2 bikes and motivating us to read. And if you do see them, make sure to wearing a helmet.
There is a Scholastic Book Fair going on at Dry Hollow until 7 tonight. This past Tuesday and tonight as well, we have had conferences going on at school. Some of our teachers have had a student-led conferences, and other teachers have had more of a traditional type of conference for their students. It doesn't really matter what kind of conference I have. I get nervous about all.
Me too. Speaking of the Dry Hollow Student Council,
I don't believe we were speaking about the Dry Hollow Student Council, or if that was even mentioned, Elias.
well, it has been now. They are working on a couple of projects to wind up the year. Nothing is okayed yet, so we'll wait and tell you about it later.
Well, that was a tease. Did you know that the Dry Hollow OBOB team competed last week?
Didn't have a clue.
Wow, that's a surprise. Well, they did. Several teams competed. They did well. They made it to the Elite Eight, but were eliminated after that. Miss Stewart did a great job leading the team. Well, that just about wraps this puppy up once again for another month. Unless you have more to add, Elias.
Well, I was going to ask the school board to consider getting Dry Hollow a swimming pool and maybe some indoor air conditioning before summer was here, or maybe even putting in a hamburger or pizza stand. But I know that you probably wouldn't want me to waste my time asking for something that I know I won't get.
Well, then, Elias, I guess it's goodbye until the April meeting.
Okay. Say goodnight, Lydia.
Good night, Lydia.
Have enjoyable spring break.
Next, we'll hear a report from Colonel Wright Elementary. We have Eel Galt.
I am Io Galt, and I'm here to talk about what kids are thinking of this year and what's been going on at Colonel Wright. So this year we had a lockdown drill and a few assemblies about frenzy themes, like you first and be kind all the time, and teamwork makes the dream work. Student council has an art club now, there's a sports club starting, and our music teacher took all of the fourth graders to a concert. Our second, third mix just went to the Fort Dawes Museum to visit and learn about what people did in the old and Western days. Some kids in the cafeteria have been being unkind. Sometimes something we've used to fix it is using assigned seats and putting them next to people they aren't used to so they can make more friends. Our teachers use circle groups to tell us about what we're going to be doing this week and to see what we can change about last week. This year has been a lot of fun. I enjoy reading, writing, science, and most kids would not say this, but I enjoy social studies. It would be a pleasure if you can come and see our school and what's changed. We are hosting a family night on March 31st about Cesar Chavez. You could come then. Thank you for your time and effort.
All right, and circling back, did Carrie Clausen show up from Innovations Academy? Nope. Okay. All right, so that concludes our student representative reports for tonight. Next is the consent agenda. And let's see, the school board meeting minutes from our last meeting will be included in next meeting. They're not in there for tonight. On the personnel report, on page 1, we have one correction under administrative staff, internal transfer under hires. The first line item is incorrect. Instead of CES, it should be at Colonel Wright. Outside of that, any questions from board members? If not, then I'll entertain a motion with the corrections as noted.
Chair, I'll move to accept the consent agenda with the corrections as noted.
All right, do I have a second? All right, so I've got a motion by Director Richardson, seconded by Director Jones to approve the consent agenda as amended. Any further discussion? If not, we'll move to a vote. All right, so we'll do roll call vote. Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director Rasmussen. Director Jones.
Aye.
Director Nelson.
Aye.
Director Richardson. Chair votes aye as well. All right, next is our review of the board action calendar. Excuse me. All right, any questions on just kind of what we have coming up in the coming months here in March and April. I have no changes or comments on that. Okay. All right. Next, we move into our school board subcommittee reports. We will start with the Wellness Committee, Director Richardson.
Report their next meeting was pushed off for spring break, so that will come after spring break.
Equity Committee, Director Rasmussen.
Report, no committee meeting.
All right, Director Nelson and the Wasco County Forest Collaborative.
We had our meeting on March 2nd. And several things of interest happened at that meeting. Lauren Kramer, OSU Extension, an Associate Professor of Practice, Extension, Family and Community Health Ambassador for the state of Oregon, presented information about the development of a community response plan for smoke from wildfires and prescribed burns in the Columbia Gorge. Lauren hopes to engage forest landowners in the community response plan drafting process and was interested in feedback from members of the collaborative on portions of the plan and communication strategies and channels that may be utilized for smoke events. She was interested in talking to local community organizations and to school districts about the effect of breathing the fine particles of smoke into our lungs if exposed to very hazardous conditions, as has happened in the Dalles twice in the last several years because of nearby forest fires, such as Eagle Creek Fire. She's willing to speak to our school district children and adults directly on the effects of smoke inhalation on your bodies. My ears pricked up when I learned that she can possibly provide the district classrooms with devices that filter those fine particles of hazardous smoke on bad smoke days much better than any of the systems we have now. And it's my understanding that the state would pay for this. I have arranged for a meeting which is scheduled in early April to talk with so she can talk with Dr. Bernal, Carl Flath, our CFO, and myself. Another person presented at the meeting, Kim Hoschlbach, Director of Oregon Department of Forestry, presented for a second time a further update on the current status of the mapping process, which is in response to the Senate Bill 762, the wildfire hazard mapping process, which, if you've been reading in the papers, was very controversial. So they kind of took a pause on that and kind of reorganize and redesign that process. And now they're taking another pause because basically the state rolled out the plan and they wanted to pause again to update significant numbers of new members in the legislature, which is 30% of the body are new. So they want to bring them up to date and get them on their side of the issue. Cameron Sam, District Ranger for the Barlow District, headquartered in Duford, gave updates on planning projects and personnel in the district and the Mount Hood National Forest. And that's the area that Wasco County Forest Collaborative is kind of, that's our area. So the items of significance that we learned about was that the district was awarded a second Joint Chiefs project. These projects are huge, bring a lot of federal dollars. They're the biggest project money maker, so to speak, money to this region or any region if you get those nationally. These projects come with significant amounts of federal dollars, as I say, to help manage our local forests. It's very unusual for the federal government to award two of these projects back to back to us. We got this second award because of our collaborative, which is being noticed by the federal government for its excellent work and accomplishments. The project that was awarded is west of Dufur, and it encompasses the Dalles watershed. So if any of you have ever been up in the Dalles watershed, you will see that it's very thick and overgrown. We've had work in the past, but not enough. And so this would be significant to protect us from an escalating forest fire getting into that area, which would affect our water supply and it would affect us in general. So what this funds, it gives significant dollar amounts to fuel reduction on the ground, which includes funding for adjoining private lands. It was common to receive like $150,000 for the whole forest in the past, whereas now we have millions to do mastication work on our watershed, which are using machinery to grind and pulverize the fuel loads that are on the ground rather than use fire. When the forest can be cleaned up in that manner and kept in that manner, then you can introduce fire, which is really a preferred way of doing things, to occasionally renew the brush and keep the fire load reduced. Also, funding from the Inflation Reduction Act will be used for road work to put utilities underground and spotted owl surveys on national forest land. That's it.
Next, we'll hear from our OSBA Legislative Policy Committee rep, Director Richardson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm realizing I'm remiss and I don't have enough jokes in this report after the student report, so I'll work on that. The legislative team continues to work in a very busy, long session. Our OSB representatives hold informational updates every Friday for us. And they reminded us that the first major procedural deadline is the first chamber posting deadline on Friday, March 17th. And so in order for a bill to be heard in committee, the first chamber deadline, which is April 4th, it has to be posted in an agenda for a work session by March 17th. So our representatives are working fast and furious to get those posted. The major topics the team is working on include early literacy, infrastructure, and special education requirements. They also continue to advocate on our OSBA bills to protect school board member personal information. The OSBA team is part of a large group of folks who convened for information about a hiring process for Colt Gill's replacement. He's the OD director, and the state is working with an executive search from a national search for him, or for that position. There's a potential bill to further tailor the PE minutes and mandate at middle school, which is scheduling. It's a scheduling challenge for many schools. The current mandate is a biweekly requirement of 225 minutes per week, and the proposal would change that to 150 minutes per week averaged over a school year. So all of these are in process. You can look up any of these boards on the legislative website. The ones to keep an eye on are House Bill 3198, which is the early literacy investment. We're looking at an investment of $100 to $300 million. And they're watching for where the source of those funds will come from, either the general fund or the SSA. 3552, the House bill, is our school board member protection bill. Senate Bill 819 is an abbreviated day scheduling. The OSBA position is that that bill really needs a lot of changes to be workable. And finally, Senate Bill 854 is a climate change instruction bill, but the OSBA submitted a letter opposing the bill because it would cause a loss of SIA funds. And so anything that would withhold SIA funding, they will oppose. That's it for now.
Lastly, D21 Education Foundation, Director Jones. Okay. Next week. All right. So we'll hear in April. That concludes our school board subcommittee reports. Next, we'll move on to our staff reports, and we'll hear from our D21 Education Association rep and the North Wasco Education Support Professional representatives.
Good evening, Dr. Bernal and the North Wasco County School Board of Directors. My name is Jody Ketchum. You're all familiar with me, but for those who may not be, I have the honor to proudly serve as president of D21 Education Association, which represents the licensed staff of our district, including Mosier Community School. I am a second grade teacher who has served in North Wasco County School District for 23 years. I realized the other day that having attended North Wasco County School District for K through 12, I've now spent 2/3 of my life being served by this district and then having the privilege to serve students of this district.
Good evening. I'll try to get my voice to project. I'm Sylvia Brock. I am co-president of the North Wasco Educational Support Paraprofessionals. I've worked for the school district for 25 years. A little bit about me was I first started at Mosier as a classroom assistant. I went back to school and got my speech language pathology assistance degree, and I started my career then working as a speech, what we call SLPA. I worked for District 9 at that time, and when the schools merged, I was then asked to come to CES, where I went to work in the SLC, which is the Structured Learning Center. I was a little apprehensive about going there, but I took the challenge. The program has now grown and we have them at every level in the schools. I worked with a great team. We were like a well-oiled machine, and some of us had worked together for 10 plus years. I loved the kids and what the program was all about. We, the team, we always dealt with behaviors, but we taught expectations to the children. We even managed our way through COVID times and teaching online, which was a challenge. We managed because we were a team, and as a team, we could handle any challenge that came our way. But this year brought new challenges to us. With changes in leadership and challenging behaviors, the team has since dispersed into other areas in our district. You're probably thinking, oh, you're old and you don't like changes. No, that's not it. Changes can be good, new ideas, new ways of doing things. But with those changes, we saw behaviors escalate. And with the escalation came more behaviors. We reached out for help earlier in the year, but we were not heard. We were told our team was fractured, or that we were not heard. We were told our team was fractured, or they were appalled with the way we felt. I come here tonight to be a voice for our educational support staff.
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I'm Charlene Bonham. I'm co-president and co-member advocate of our North Wasco Association with Sylvia. I have been with the district for 22 years. Excuse me, she made me sick. For 22 years in the counseling office at the high school. So as you can imagine, I've heard and seen quite a bit over the years. But tonight we are here to talk about and discuss classroom behaviors. Even though I'm not in the elementary schools, I am a member advocate for our ESP staff who are there in the elementary schools. And with the number of issues and situations involving classroom behaviors, and the violence has continued to climb at a rapid pace. We have staff being injured to all degrees, some to the point of resigning. This is very concerning for us. Sylvia and I have addressed this issue in our monthly labor management meetings with the district while quoting our contract language and board policies. And while we're hopeful that things will get better, it does not appear to be going in that direction. This behavior and violence towards staff has escalated to a crisis mode. Something needs to be done, as we cannot continue on this path. Sylvia and I will do whatever in our power to protect our ESPs. Thanks.
I don't think this microphone likes me. As the board knows, we feel strongly that you chose a competent and thoughtful leader in Dr. Bernal. She has proven herself to be trustworthy and solution-minded. Not only does she have a true open door policy, but when you walk into her office, she listens. And she continues to actively work together with us to help find resolution to the significant issues our district faces. I can cite many instances that she has taken action after we've brought our concerns to her and has implemented our solutions. We are grateful for this, and as you all know, we can accomplish more in collaboration than we can alone. Tonight, we are speaking to you on behalf of our staff, imploring you to take immediate action to keep all staff and students safe. We feel very strongly that disrupted learning needs to be one of the highest priorities for building and district level administration and the school board. We all heard from people concerned about this topic at the last board meeting. The heartbreaking and impactful stories on the topic of disrupted learning that you heard are just the tip of the iceberg. We could submit reports from so many more staff, but this 20-minute presentation would turn into a 2-hour presentation. For now, we have submitted already the OEA, a Crisis of Disrupted Learning report. You all have that. And this report is also available on the board agenda for everyone else, for the public to see. This impactful report came out of a year-long collaborative process between OEA, legislatures, and educators in 2019. This report is even more relevant today after these last few turbulent years in education. I will reference the suggestions in this report later on. Currently, our students and staff are in crisis, and we need help. In citing Maslow's basic hierarchy of needs, if a person does not feel safe in an environment, they will seek safety before attempting to meet any higher level of survival. This is why the goal of consistently meeting the need for safety is to have stability in one's life. Stability brings back the concept of the homeostasis for humans and which our bodies need. The disrupted learning environment that our students and staff are enduring puts this core value of safety at risk. The students who are engaging in disruptive behaviors are frequently communicating to us that they do not feel safe in their own bodies. Let's listen to our students and our staff about this vital aspect. The behaviors we are seeing include verbal abuse, such as screaming, threatening, name calling, and using profanity, person-to-person abuse, spitting, hitting, kicking, and using objects to be abusive, weaponizing the classroom, such as overturning furniture, using supplies in a physically abusive manner, and throwing objects, destruction of property, such as ripping things off of the walls, graffiti, destroying bathrooms, destroying technology and books. Across all schools and grade levels, the disrupted learning environment continues to be a top concern for our members. Our students and our staff do not feel safe in our schools. We are not able to continue in this state of unrest. It is not sustainable nor ethical for our staff and students to not have their basic need for safety met. Please help your employees help our students by providing any immediate relief you can to find solutions that allow us to get back to the important work of safely educating our students. Each and every student of our district deserves the respect. Let's say that again. Each and every one of our students of this district deserve the support, resources, and educational experience that meets their needs. One of the major reasons we are seeing such a disruptive environment in our schools is that we educate a large number of traumatized students in an environment not designed to meet their needs. Bessel van der Kolk, MD, the preeminent expert on trauma in our country, has noted that the greatest hope for traumatized, abused, and neglected children is to receive a good education in schools where they are seen and known, where they learn to regulate themselves, and where they can develop a sense of agency. At their best, they can function as islands of safety in a chaotic world. They can teach children how their bodies and brains work and how they can understand and deal with their emotions. Schools can play a significant role in instilling the resilience necessary to deal with the trauma of neighborhoods or families. We need small class sizes to best teach to our current and future students.
OSEA landmark Work Shouldn't Hurt campaign includes a series of articles bringing to light to the toll on classified staff for being placed in difficult and sometimes dangerous situations resulting from students' behaviors. In these articles, you'll find a theme of a need of consistent reporting to have a clear picture of what's happening in our classrooms. They also state that staff members get disheartened when it happens in the classroom, when they don't see a good faith effort by our district to help them assist some of Oregon's most vulnerable students.
School boards and superintendents are required to provide a safe, healthy workplace. It's the law. All of our staff need training in de-escalation and self-defense. We have medically and emotional fragile children in the same classrooms as aggressive students, often without any assistance to ensure everyone's safety. According to the Work Shouldn't Hurt, numbers recently made available show staffing levels are only now reaching 2006 levels, while the number of SPED students has risen each year with no end in sight. Furthermore, OSHA officials added that the evidence clearly suggests that schools are no longer low hazard places of employment.
North Wasco County School District had too many initiatives prioritized at one time. Dr. Bernal quickly realized this, and all of these initiatives are important, but with so many, we were not going to be successful implementing any with fidelity. She did listen to us on this matter and took the initiative to slow them down. We thank her again for that. The two that have now been heavily focused on are the new ELA adoption and restorative practices. Educators need more professional development and/or time to be successful in moving the initiatives forward. While D21 EA and North Wasco ESP associations support the initiatives, we must have more support in moving slowly and methodically with even more training and collaborative time among teams in order to ensure the best student outcomes. Switching gears on you to the topic of inclusion. While the inclusion model is supported among members, our district does not have the resources needed to support this model in a way that allows students to be successful. Moreover, all staff need appropriate time and training to implement an inclusion model. So far, 0 hours of training have been provided to licensed and classified staff. Our students and educators all deserve better. We cannot continue to subject our students and educators to unsafe and disruptive conditions in our schools. According to a crisis of disrupted learning, the impact on students witnessing extreme behavior is also real and tangible. They are witnessing and experiencing chaotic, sometimes violent situations as a result of these disruptions. Students are traumatized by exposure to repeated disruptions and how behavior outbursts are being normalized. Without increased support, all students will continue to suffer.
Currently in North Wasco School District, we do not have a clear implementation of policies regarding restraint, seclusion, and consequences for such drastic behaviors. We don't have clear implementation of district school protocols in the event of these disruptions. We don't have clear matrices for principals and staff to follow at every school.
Going back to the crisis of disrupted learning, action should be taken, according to their recommendations, action should be taken in 3 key areas. Number 1, increase on-site student supports with a focus on mental health. North Wasco County's existing counseling staff are spread incredibly thin. I would like for you to reference number 2 in the crisis of disrupted learning for recommendations. Please also see page 13 on your own time for recommendations at school, district, and state levels. Number 2, getting to that one, is reducing class size and caseloads. There has always been and always will be a direct correlation of student success and class sizes. Our class sizes are still too large in many of our buildings. Regarding caseloads, the National Association of School Psychologists and the National Association of School Nurses recommend the following caseloads for a district our size with 2,850 students. A ratio of 1 to 250 for mental health counselors skilled in education, the equivalent of 11.4. 1 to 500 to 700 students for school psychologists. That would be the equivalent of 4 to 5.7. 1 to 400 for social workers. That would be the equivalent of 7 social workers. 1 to 750 for our school nurses in the healthy population, student populations, higher for more complex needs. That is the equivalent of 3.8. Our district has done really well with attaining enough nurses. Our district has a severely significant deficit in the other areas of absolutely critical professionals. Please also see page 15 on your own time for the recommendations at school, district, and state levels. And number 3, the third recommendation is to fully fund targeted professional development and ongoing supports for consistent, high quality implementation. Regardless of the program or practice, quality and consistency of implementation matters immensely. Staff need ongoing support to fully transfer new knowledge to practice. So I'm going to have you imagine that you are a student in a class studying a subject you know nothing about, such as a foreign language. The teacher says to you, okay, class, today you get 7.5 hours of direct instruction, and starting tomorrow, you must speak fully in your new language with no more additional support. We all know that is clearly a horrible practice of teaching. It is equally a horrible practice of implementing any program or practice. Dr. Bernal recognizes this. So we ask that the support be there to give us quality professional development and ongoing support to implement our few initiatives. Please also see page 16 and 17 of A Crisis of Disrupted Learning for the recommendations at school, district, and state levels. In conclusion, we must work together to find meaningful solutions to this crisis. Positive, dynamic learning environments full of curiosity and imagination where students, educators, and families thrive are achievable for those of North Wasco County School District. We have an opportunity to lead change in education for our community, but also for the state and even the nation. We have far more students than ever before that mainstream general education models do not fit for them. We implore our district to continue talks with both of our unions to look at alternative models. One example would be to expand our IA campus to include K-5. We need to look at more online in-person models, more place-based education models. We need to make sure that we are looking at hiring far more mental health specialists, which will mean discussions about special pay scales for said specialists. Alternatively, if no action is taken, we will continue to lose valuable licensed and classified staff members. We will continue to lose families whose children don't feel safe in our classrooms. No adult should have to come to work feeling unsafe. No child should have to come to school feeling unsafe. North Wasco County School District is capable of providing for the needs of all of our students while ensuring it is a safe, conducive learning environment. D21 EA and North Wasco ESP unions look forward to far more conversations with any and all of you, and we look forward to the continued collaboration work we are doing with Dr. Bernal. Thank you for listening and your continued support.
All right, thank you for our union reps. I did want to just acknowledge the cooperation I've seen this year from both union memberships has been awesome. I know you guys will continue, but just know it's 1, noticed and appreciated. 2, I noticed a sea of red. It's awesome to see just kind of the unity amongst our staff. As it's been said before, many times over, you guys are the shining star of D21 and probably will always continue to be that. So thank you for what you do. I know we've got a challenging time ahead of us, but I think what was mentioned, as long as we continue to collaborate together, we too will get through this. So thank you for everything you guys do. Now we move on to our new business. We have presentations and reports, starting with Colonel Wright Elementary School. We'll hear from our principal, Mr. Luke Vieira.
Buenas noches, me llamo Luke Vieira, soy el director de Colonel Wright Elementary School. Es un placer estar aquí esta noche con ustedes. Desearía poder decir que voy a presentar completamente en español, pero mis habilidades lingüísticas todavía ocupan trabajo. Por esta razón, nomás seleccioné algunas partes para traducir. Gracias y estoy agradecido por su comprensión. It's a pleasure to join you this evening in representation of Colonel Wright Elementary School. The last time I sat before this body, I asked for money for candy. I was also accompanying my predecessor, the much accomplished and admirable Carol Dossett. I admit I tried to give her the keys back last week and she politely declined, so that option seems to be off the table for now. My team and I remain indebted to her service at our school. Student achievement is rooted in the well-being of each child. It is achievable through the application of equitable and inclusionary instructional practices, the establishment of a safe and welcoming school environment, and close collaboration with the families and community being served. The physical security at our campus is a top priority. Our staff and students are deeply grateful for the unique partnerships this district maintains with our local and regional law enforcement, fire and rescue, health department, and others. Colonel Wright has partnered with these agencies to practice various safety and lockdown drills with staff and students. We honor this work and ongoing investments in fencing and surveillance by striving to maintain a secure campus throughout the student contact day, from the moment our gates open until the moment that the last child is handed to their guardian at the end of the day. Even the stalwart Captain Carrico of the Dallas Police Department can't sneak in through our kitchen anymore. Con un objetivo en la seguridad interna de nuestra escuela, el equipo de Colonel Wright se ha centrado en cambiar nuestro departamento de consejeros para ofrecer el mejor apoyo a los estudiantes y las aulas que más los necesitan. Hemos establecido un espacio seguro llamado la Casa Tranquila por sus estudiantes más comunes que la visitan. La casa, operada por nuestro especialista en desarrollo infantil y 2 asistentes de aprendizaje socioemocional, ofrece visitas programadas para más de 30 estudiantes diferentes cada semana. Además de estas sesiones, el Departamento de Consejería, el Departamento de Educación Especial y otros de nuestro equipo ofrecen apoyo a otras 35 situaciones más o menos cada semana. Este equipo trabaja arduamente para garantizar que todos los niños tengan la oportunidad de ser vistos y escuchados y cuidados cuando es más difícil. With an eye on internal safety, the team at Colonel Wright has endeavored to redesign our counseling department to provide the greatest amount of support to the students and classes most in need. We have established a receiving space, endearingly named La Casa Tranquila by its most frequent visitors. La Casa, run by our child development specialist and 2 social emotional learning assistants, which we refer to as SELAs, provides proactive and scheduled visits for roughly 30 different students every week. And in addition to these sessions, the counseling department, special education department, and others on our team respond to and support an average of 35 other situations on any given week. These numbers are conservative. This dynamic group works diligently to guarantee that every child has the opportunity to be seen and heard and cared for, even at their lowest. It feels trite at this point to acknowledge the extent to which the pandemic has impacted families in this community. Instability in employment and housing, an unpredictable job market, depleting financial, food, and housing aid have all manifested in a greater than anticipated need for support and assistance. Our schools serve as a hub for social services that families might not otherwise be able to access. Colonel Wright is grateful to the cooperation, first of all, between community partner organizations who step in to provide our school with something around the number of 80 bags of food for families every single week. This group includes the First United Methodist Church, Kiwanis, St. Paul Episcopal, Zion Lutheran, Orchard View, First Christian Women's Group, UCC Church, Latter-day Saints Missionaries, Masons, Calvary Baptist, Mid-Columbia Medical Center, and United Way. Furthermore, we are grateful to the community partners at Mid-Columbia Center for Living and the Next Door, who step in to offer and provide mental health support and guidance for students and families and our staff. We are grateful to community partners at the Lions Club and Advantage Dental, who dedicate time to screen students for vision needs and dental care respectively. And we are grateful to the parent volunteers who come in to help in classrooms and run fundraisers. But the numbers of volunteers were depleted during the period of heightened COVID restrictions and have yet to recover. For all that we try to be a resource hub for families, the work to re-engage parents had been slow moving. The 5 selfless moms who show up for every event every month, keeping our PTO afloat, can only do so much. In an ongoing effort to reopen schools to family involvement, I hosted multiple evenings with the principal at the start of the year. We invited various community partners to the evenings of our first round of conferences. Our singularly passionate music teacher hosted a school-wide winter music concert for families. And we've now announced and are gearing up for a family night at the end of the month, celebrating the birthday of estimable farm labor unionizer Cesare Chavez, with a fun run, food, and visits from a diverse array of additional community partners. We were approached by North Central Public Health about hosting a Dia del Niño event at the end of April. And we're also hoping to engage the community with more performances from our young musicians. Las tendencias históricas y sociales han creado escuelas para actuar como una puerta de entrada al éxito en los sistemas de los Estados Unidos. Luego, las escuelas se vuelven responsables de garantizar los niveles más altos posibles de resultados en áreas como las habilidades de los estudiantes, la salud y la creación de una cultura de crecimiento. A principios del año escolar, se presentó ante la Junta aquí una regla llamada tolerancia cero, y desde entonces se rumoreaba en la comunidad de como moralmente prometido. Que las escuelas excluyan estudiantes con grandes necesidades sería un acto de negligencia grave. Sería perjudicial para el personal profesional o para la misma ciudad o comunidad en la que viven ellos mismos. Debemos convertirnos en la escuela que nuestros hijos necesitan, en lugar de aceptar solo a los niños que encajan en nuestro molde actual. Historical and social trends have set up our schools as gatekeepers to achievement in American society. And it is therefore our responsibility to ensure the highest possible levels of outcome in student skills, health, and empowerment by providing an environment conducive to learning and personal growth. A zero tolerance policy, which was floated before this board earlier in the school year and bandied about this community since then, is morally reprehensible. To exclude high-need students from school would be an act of gross negligence and a dereliction of duty, not just by the staff of this school district, but by the very town and community in which these children live. We must become the school that our children need, rather than accept only the children who fit our current mold. And my colleagues in this room tonight are right. Our mold no longer fits. As a parent of 3 young children in this district, I know firsthand the frustration and anger of hearing about the hurtful words and actions of their classmates. I have held my daughter as she cried because of what another child said about her. And I've checked my son for injuries and bruises when he told me that he'd been hit and shoved at school. There is no argument to be had in asserting that our schools have a deep need for more investment, more resources, and more community involvement. Colonel Wright does not pick the children who walk through its doors any more than my wife and I pick the children born to us. We accept them for who they are, we treat them with love, and we do our utmost to teach them the skills that they need to be successful. As any parent knows, this requires much time, and far more patience than any of us have. Over the last year and a half, in response to these needs, the team at Colonel Wright has expanded. We now have 1.5 full-time employees dedicated to recess and lunch, duty coverage, and supervision, so that there are always at least 2 adults supervising students during these times. This is the same as 1 adult per class, just like in the classroom, and it gives our teachers more time to focus on preparing lessons. We have not only maintained a full-time counselor, but added 2 SELAs to aid in the work of supporting student emotional and regulation needs. In fact, we do have a 3rd SELA position posted if anybody here would care to apply. Last year, our elementary schools gained full-time dean of student positions to support administration as we address issues around supervision, safety, and behavior needs, positions that are now being elevated to vice principalships, attracting even more highly trained and qualified educators to our buildings. We maintain full-time aides in each kindergarten classroom and have full-time, high-quality, experienced nurses in every school, something that I have not seen in any other district in this state. In over a decade of teaching in Oregon, I've never worked in a district so determined to expand its team to meet the needs of its students. And for this, I personally am appreciative of your leadership. Colonel Wright is at the very beginning of its journey to adopt restorative practices. In August, as the year got underway, it became evident to all of us in schools across the nation that the behavioral and social needs of students were going to be far higher than we had anticipated, and we had anticipated a pretty high level of need. At Colonel Wright, we worked towards the restructuring of our counseling program, as I described earlier, and we revamped our behavior referral system so that staff could more readily document issues of concern and request administrative support for specific incidents. We instituted a notification system that staff use for requesting support in the classroom or at recess or anywhere else when a dysregulated student elopes, causes harm, or shows indications that unkind or unsafe behavior may be imminent. Our response team of administrators, counseling department, special education department, and additional support staff respond to these notifications swiftly, with nearly all response times clocking in at under 30 seconds. This minimizes the potential for disruption and decreases the likelihood for hurtful interactions between children. It allows children with the greatest need to remain at school amongst their peers, where they can learn and grow to be positive members of their community. The educators of Colonel Wright are passionate. They are incredibly hardworking, and they are committed to providing a high-quality learning experience. It warms my heart to see so many of my building colleagues in here tonight speaking on this very issue. I am proud to be part of this team. Our days are packed with academic learning, social emotional support, and conversations about why we need to be better versions of ourselves. Claims that teachers are asking for help and getting none are not only misleading, but disrespectful to the dozens of educators at each building who go above and beyond to support our classrooms every day. Teachers who ask for help at Colonel Wright receive it. Solutions are hard to come by. There is much trial and error, but nobody at Colonel Wright stands alone. When our building team is insufficient, and it often is, we benefit from the expertise and support of speech pathologists, occupational and behavioral therapists, physical therapists, an autism consultant, and our district's behavior specialist, a role which we're seeking to double, having posted an additional opening this year. All of these professionals can and have been involved in the creation of support plans and student evaluations, and they offer advice or strategies and systems to support our classrooms, because classroom teachers are generalists. We have to know a lot of different things, and we need help when it gets to something specific and challenging, like behaviors in a classroom. But when a child struggles to read, we offer them more support. And when a child struggles to behave, we offer them more support. This is how we move our students forward. This is what a family does. A pedido del personal licenciado y clasificado, el distrito está priorizando estrategias para abordar las necesidades de comportamiento de los estudiantes. En honor a los contratos del personal, tuvimos un entrenamiento el 17 de febrero. Hasta el día de hoy, yo creo que eso nos ha dado exactamente 17 días escolares para practicar nuestras nuevas habilidades. Es una coincidencia interesante. También no es mucho tiempo para aprender a hacer algo bien. A pesar de los objetivos de las prácticas restaurativas, no hemos dejado de confiar en los métodos tradicionales de disciplina. Como líder de nuestra escuela, yo asumo la responsabilidad de cuando he usado la exclusión cuando no había otra opción disponible. He ordenado que los niños falten al recreo, almuercen separados de sus compañeros, pasen tiempo fuera de clase o sean suspendidos. At the request of both licensed and classified staff, district leadership prioritized the scheduling of training for skills and strategies in dealing with student behavioral needs. In honor of contractual agreements, this training was held on February 17th. And unless I'm mistaken, as of today, that given us exactly 17 days to practice our restorative skills as a team. It's an interesting coincidence. It's also not very long to learn how to do something well. Despite the lofty goals of restorative practices, we have not veered away from relying on traditional methods of discipline. As leader of our school, I bear the burden of having employed exclusion when other options do not present themselves. I have directed that kids miss out on recess, eat lunch away from their peers, or spend time outside of class, or be suspended. But then, after a suspension, students return to school. We meet with parents in what is called a reentry meeting. We discuss the incident in question. We discuss a plan and expectations for the child moving forward. On the other side of that coin, when we receive a report from staff or a student that a student has been harmed, we investigate the incident, we call home, we inform the families of the children involved, and we leave an open offer to continue the conversation. As a result, our days are pretty busy, and these are not easy discussions to have, and we are appreciative for the parents who engage with us on these incidents. All the while, we honor, as required by law, the ethics, the dignity, and the right to privacy of each child. To better address conflict between students, we attempt to mediate a conversation and amend the harm. We continue to adjust and to improve our systems for tracking, notifying, and following up on issues of concern based on feedback from staff, students, and parents. We are still learning how to do this work. In response to feedback from students, we have founded the first student council that Colonel Wright has seen in many years, if in fact ever. Over 30 fifth grade students opted in, worked together to identify priorities, wrote and then adopted a student council constitution to guide their work. You heard from one of them just this evening. Members of the student council have founded and are running a lunchtime art club, are in the beginning stages of developing a sports club, and are looking forward to other peer-driven groups. Key to membership in student council and its clubs is the development of community agreements and training and problem-solving processes. This early stage work is intended to lead to the establishment of a student coach program that trains and enables fifth grade students to support and serve as role models for younger students at recess, at lunch, and other situations as appropriate. Finally, and most importantly, is the creation of a student accountability council, which will serve as an avenue for training students to be peer mediators, sit in on restorative conversations, and aid our staff in creative problem solving. Last month, a passionate parent who offered comments to the board recommended the establishment of school site councils. This request is the perfect example of solution-oriented feedback that we need to follow because it will help deepen the ties between our schools and the neighborhoods that they sit in. I am looking forward to collaborating on this initiative and ensuring that we establish an advisory group that reflects our increasingly diverse community. There's much work to be done by all of our stakeholders. Our schools are never going to look like they did before COVID, but I am hopeful that if we work together, we can get back to a baseline that truly is both inclusive and safe for all. La visión del Distrito Escolar número 21 del Condado de North Wasco, adoptada por esta Junta Escolar, indica que nuestras escuelas son lugares al que pertenecen los niños. Cada estudiante es conocido por su nombre, fortalezas y necesidades y dar las oportunidades para apoyar el éxito de escuela. No dice a algunos niños, No dice la mayoría y no dice excepto los que se portan mal. Hasta el momento que dice esto, Colonel Wright continuará considerando todas las partes móviles en el entorno educativo para implementar un cambio sistémico que asegure el apoyo de los estudiantes. Apoyaremos el cambio o eliminación de políticas y programas que son injusticia racial, lenguaje o habilidad. Y estaremos agradecidos por tener este privilegio de enseñar a los niños de este distrito. The vision of North Wasco County School District number 21, as adopted by this school board, indicates that our schools are a place where children belong. Each student is known by name, strength, and need, and provided the education and opportunities to achieve success. It does not say some children, it does not say most, and it does not say except those who misbehave. And until such a time that it does, the team at Colonel Wright will continue to consider all moving parts in the educational environment in order to implement systemic change that ensures student achievement and well-being. We will support the restructuring or elimination of policies and programs which exacerbate racial, linguistic, and ableist inequities. And we will be eternally grateful for the privilege bestowed upon us to humbly serve the children of this district. Thank you.
Thank you, Principal Vieira. Our next presentation is the integrated guidance presentation. We'll hear from our Director of Teaching and Learning, Dr. Merklin.
Good evening. You're actually going to hear from a number of us as there's a large group that worked on this. And so we're all going to be involved in the presentation of information for you this evening. So tonight you're going to hear what the purpose of this presentation is. Thanks so much. The background and context of this work, who our team is and the planning that we did this year, what went into this plan, an overview of what this looks like, and then what the next steps are. The purpose for this presentation is to share what was prioritized in our integrated guidance plan, given the range of inputs, to explain how the plan was developed, to hear additional feedback on this plan now that it has been developed, and to seek your approval so that we can submit this to the state. And we have.
Please. I'll just stand. Just for clarification, what it is that we're talking about, the term integrated guidance, really what it is, it's one application for 6 initiatives. And the 6 initiatives already exist in the district, but every 2 years or so, we have to go through almost somewhat redundant processes for each of these initiatives. So this slide up here, what they are is the first one is a high school success. That was Measure 98. If you voted back in I think 2016, thank you. It's been a huge benefit to high schools in Oregon. I think it's about $300 million gets distributed to Oregon high schools because of Measure 98. The second one was a Student Success Act, also known as a Student Investment Account, or SIA. That was something that was passed by the, legislature of the Oregon government. And it's about $900 million that gets distributed out to schools from that. And we take a piece of that as well. Perkins 5, of course, that's what I talked about last month. That goes directly to CTE. In Oregon, about $30 million comes from that. That's federal money.
The Continuous Improvement Act, or it's actually Continuous Improvement, which is a regulation, and that's something that we have to engage in I believe every 2 years as well. Everyday Matters, which is an attendance and engagement initiative, and then Early Indicators Intervention Systems, and it's about a $3 million investment across the state for that. So those are the 6 initiatives that are embedded in what we're doing here. Okay, go ahead to the next one. As I said, there was a little bit of redundancy in that second bullet point there kind of speaks to some of those things like the process of community engagement, needs assessment, and planning and budgeting is very similar for all 6 of these. And as you're doing these programs, you end up with very common goals. It's not as if you're going to have a separate goal for high school success and a separate one for the Student Investment Act. They tend to be similar. So as you can see, and this is right out of the ODE manual, this slide here. And then again, this slide just goes, I won't go through every one of these. This is just a summary of each one of these initiatives and what they are. Some do have dollar amounts tied to them, some do not. But nevertheless, I think ODE's intention here was to create a more streamlined process. And so that's what this is.
I went fast there. Okay, so our planning team included myself, our communications director, Stephanie Bowen, our student services director, Amy Hampton, our HR director, Sandy Harris, our TLA director, Dr. Merklin, our CFO, Kara Flath, and then we had representation from our high school, Principal Evans, our middle school, Principal Aduser, and one of our elementary schools, Principal Rendell. And we also had assistance from Mari Revere, who is a director with the Columbia Gorge ESD.
All right, so our integrated guidance process. First of all, we took a look and we gathered our key stakeholders. We looked at the data from multiple data sources, such as the strategic plan, You Think survey, climate culture surveys, academic data, and we identified, are there any missing voices that we haven't heard from? Once we identified some that there may have not had a lot of data from, we held in-person meetings and provided one-on-one surveys, one-on-one conversations to gather additional information from these focal groups that we have not yet heard from. We analyzed the data to identify trends and current priorities of the district, and then created outcomes for our integrated guidance that was aligned to the data in the strategic plan. After that, we determined strategies that went along with the outcomes to meet those needs, and we identified activities that align to our strategies and outcomes. Then just most recently, we reviewed the budget to allocate funds to each of these strategies and outcomes, and we're submitting it for public review and school board approval before the application is due on March 31st. ODE has also provided some planning process, some required pieces in the planning process, which included a use of an equity lens, which we did adopt the Oregon equity lens that we applied to our planning, community engagement, tribal consultation, comprehensive needs assessment, we considered the Oregon quality education model and the student success plans, reviewed and used regional CTE consortium inputs in our plan, and we examined the potential impact on focal students tied to the planning decisions, and finally developed a 4-year plan with clear outcomes, strategies, and activities.
As Sandra mentioned, we use the Oregon Department of Education equity lens, which purpose is to articulate shared goals for systemic change and an equitable educational systems. The equity lens confirms the importance of recognizing institutional and systemic barriers and discriminatory practices that have limited access and success to many students in the Oregon education system. Some of the pieces from our application that focus on this are some information from the strategic plan and planning data, where we surveyed parents and stakeholders about the equity process in the district, where 68% of participants strongly agreed that that North Wasco is committed to values of equity and diversity. We also use the equity lens in questions when making administrative decisions, such as to review current and future programming across the district, as well as scheduling professional development opportunities for all staff focused on trauma and restorative practices. And looking at academic needs, providing academic supports for classes with the greatest needs. So student success ensures that they have an opportunity to take elective classes, removing fees, working with community partners to provide additional resources, and using the equity lens to hire a school of work coordinator that is charged to look at barriers to take CTE courses at the high school, participate in clubs and work-based learning experiences.
So a piece of the process was then the needs assessment overview. This part of the process included gathering any of the relevant existing data, which I'll touch on next, engaging focal group participants, engaging the community as a whole through various focal groups, determining gaps in the data and adding any necessary data pieces to get those folks that we missed. Working with our core team to review and analyze those data sources, and examining contributing factors and any impacts or observed trends and patterns. And then that way we could then identify any emerging priorities and create that informed plan. So data, that's the buzzword. So some of the data sources that we did use for this process, we were actually able to start really strong this year because we were able to utilize all of the data that we accumulated through the strategic planning process, which was amazing because it was really informative. That included stakeholder engagement surveys. We actually had 460 participants in that. Key focal group focus groups, we had 12 groups with 67 participants, and then we had some one-on-one stakeholder interviews. This fall, we did more targeted integrated guidance surveys. This focused more on classes, activities, area of interest, safety, culture, and we sent those out to students, parents, staff, and the community as well. We are also able to utilize information from our community partner in Youth Think survey, which is a middle and high school survey that's focused on climate culture and healthy choices in our youth. And then we were able to conduct some more focal groups for some of those determined gap areas, which included a student roundtable, a Spanish-speaking parent night and listening session, and one-on-one interviews with McKinney-Vento families.
She didn't have to stand up. It's a benefit of being short. I'm right here already, naturally. So highlights that came out of this for the needs and key few areas was with the strategic planning were 3 specific areas. The mental health was top concern for both families and students. Second one, needing help and helping with support for external stressors was a high priority. In addition, the clear need for skills alignment across classrooms and grade levels. What came from the engagement survey the most was that students, parents, and teachers all agree that there is a consistent top 5 barriers that were preventing more increased engagement with school. Time and schedule, no activities of interest, transportation, fees and costs, and other outside responsibilities such as work, sibling care, etc. What came out the most from the Youth Think survey from our students, which was the most powerful to a lot of us, was the students of all grade levels felt moderate. Students of all grades felt moderate levels of developmental relationships, meaning close connections with their school, and moderate levels of positive school climate. So students wanting to belong to the school and feeling that it's part of that they're part of the community with that.
So in taking all of that information and analyzing that and looking at what were the priorities that emerged, we made sure to again review those common goals that we were asked to keep in mind as we created this plan. And those goals are a well-rounded education, equity, advanced, engaged community, and strengthened systems and capacity. So with those in mind, the priorities that emerged was student experience, teaching and learning, community engagement, and staffing diversity. So with that in mind, we created intended outcomes for those emerging priorities, and they are increased student experience and engagement as demonstrated by increased activities, student participation, and survey data. Increase a sense of belonging in all student groups, which can be shown by increased attendance rates, survey data, and equitable curriculum. Increase literacy and math student outcomes with particular attention shown to focal student groups. Increase diverse student and family engagement for school events and programming, which can be shown through increased attendance. And reduce the gap between staff and student demographics to reflect the diversity of the student population. So with those outcomes in mind, we created strategies in each of these areas. So for student experience strategies, we created increased career-connected activities and strengthened partnerships with community programming, continue to expand the number and variety of clubs and after-school activities based on student interest, eliminate barriers for participation in school and after-school activities and events, provide culturally relevant learning opportunities for students, and support district diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts through community partnerships and programs. For each of these strategies, we continued on to create activities that were connected to funding, which we'll talk about in a few minutes. For student belonging, the strategies that we developed was provide students with direct access to social emotional resources and mental health services during their school day, yearly professional development for all staff to support implementing restorative practices to allow for student voice in school community and the outcomes of conflict resolution, implement and analyze yearly student climate survey through Youth Think in grades 4 through 12, and continue to expand the number and variety of clubs and after-school activities based on student interest. Our literacy and math strategies that we created are establish a curriculum and leadership team who will create K through 12 curriculum maps and tools, provide professional learning, coaching, and professional learning community time for staff to build capacity to utilize data to drive instruction and improve student outcomes. Strengthen instructional practices and differentiation strategies across the district, including multi-tiered systems of support. For student and family engagement strategies, we developed increased culture representation or celebrations in district events, increase staffing support for vulnerable populations, and eliminate barriers for participation in school and after-school activities and events. And then for our staffing strategies, those include develop culturally diverse marketing materials to highlight job opportunities, partner with OSU and other local groups to enhance and grow our own program, develop staff referral program to increase hiring pool, partner with the Columbia Regional Educator Network on recruitment and retention practices, and develop building mentors from BIPOC staff.
I have to disagree with Stephanie that I think it's all about the money. So if we can sing the song, just joking. That's all I could think in my head. So our budget allocations and the thing about, and Principal Evans had said this particular process took existing items and encourages us to blend them together, right? So we have a high school success plan, a student investment account. The really great thing is all those blended really well with this process and the outcomes of it. So we're able to dip right into that. The student investment account these are estimated because we know we're not through the legislative session, so we don't know exactly what it'll allocate. So student investment account has been about 2.1 million. High school success is 800,000. Early indicators and intervention systems, about 8,000 a year. We do receive a Carl's Perkin allocation, but we're in a consortium with High Desert ESD, so they do that work on our behalf. And then for the last 3 years, we did have an allocation for comprehensive schools improvement, but we are now not on the designation list, so we don't, pros and cons of not being on that list. So we don't receive any more funds for that. I'll go through quickly the key funding components we have in there. There are pieces of each of these plans that do not have specific funding allocations right now, but later I'll explain that they encourage a tiered support. So that plan, if you were to go see it when we actually submit it, will have more things on it, but they won't have a funding stream allocation. It's part of that philosophy. Anyway, SIA has approximately 26 FTE and includes a variety of initiatives. The dual language immersion program, which grows by 1 staff each year as we move into the next grade and it moves up. Classroom assistants, we have 9 total staff, and that's intended for K-1 programs. Bilingual home to school liaisons, we have 2, one at the middle school and 1 shared at elementaries. Deans of students, which includes the assistant principal, there's 4 of those. All 3 elementaries in the middle school, special education teachers district-wide. We do have 2 curriculum coaches that are helping us emphasize on math and English language arts right now. And then additional CELAs and counselors is about 3 staff. Other services are Juntos at the Dallas High School. I think it is offered at the middle school, but I think it focuses right now at the high school. We do have summer school programs. We've traditionally been paying for out of the state summer money, but we do have plans for the migrant program and Native students that's been expanding the last few summers, which is with the Columbia Gorge GSD. We collaborate with them. And staff collaboration time, both for training, parenting meetings, and that's one we haven't been able to fully engulf in because we've been busy with so many other things. Mosier is included, of course, in our programs. They have a separate plan, but they are financially wrapped up under the district. Early interventions system, we have expanded the Oregon data suite this year. It will roll out to all of our principals and then district staff throughout the year. It's just finishing up its final stages, so that we're really excited about that. That is data. High school success, about 800,000. This is shared in collaboration with the innovations program, career-based intervention, student success coordinator, the Aspire program, AVID coordinator, not full-time, but culinary arts. And then Innovations Academy, still in its growing phase, is working on equitable assignments and alternative education programs. And we do pay for the Next Door Incorporated, the Kelly Avenue School, they call it, and CTE clubs, and then definitely teacher data collaboration. And the last piece is where ODES encourages districts to have a tiered process, because if you don't have things included in your plan, you can't spend them on those things. So some of those things are going to be part of that. Thank you.
Got it. Just not the same slide I was looking at. You go, what? There, that one. Right. So how will we measure our success in terms of the integrated guidance plan? There's many indicators that the state provides us with that we can utilize in addition to our own. So those include our 4-year graduation rate. So that would mean the percent of students earning a regular or modified diploma within 4 years. Also looking at our 5-year completer rate. So that would be our percent of students earning a regular, modified, extended, or adult high school diploma or a GED within 5 years. Also looking at our 3rd grade reading percentages. So the percent of students proficient on the statewide ELA assessments. Our 9th graders who are on track. That means our percent of students earning at least 1/4 of their graduation credits by the end of summer following their 9th grade year. Also examining our regular attenders, that would be the percent of students attending more than 90% of their enrolled school days. Our local assessment data and the percent of students performing at or above grade level on our local assessments for both reading and mathematics. Our school engagement and climate survey data, so continuing our survey work and analysis of those results. And lastly, it's not listed here, but also examining our data and how it is reflected in the Oregon CTE Participation Explorer dashboard.
And this is, of course, in addition to how the state understands success, which has to do with a lot of the things that we just listed, as well as longitudinal performance growth targets, which at this time are going to be collaborated with ODE in May, and we're not required to have those in draft yet. But for your consideration, what those will include is that we will collaborate with them to develop those based on that data, and then use the metrics for those pieces for third grade reading proficiency, ninth grade on track, regular attendance rates, 4-year or on-time graduation rates, and 5-year completion rates. And these will do in collaboration with ODE in May. Mosher has developed their own plan, but we are required to present it to you as part of this presentation. So we want to make sure that we highlight their hard work as well, which they've gone through and done this whole same process with their team. So Janet Carter, who's the executive director, led that process and included the dean of students and business manager, as well as an ESD facilitator. The funding streams, as Kara mentioned, is student investment account, grant funds only, so SIA. And then for their process, they looked at community engagement, integrated needs assessment, and determining outcomes, strategies, and activities. And for that, they integrated planning and budget document, which we've submitted already for your review. In this plan, what they focused on was an increase in attendance, implementing systems for parents, teachers, and students, an increase in reading and math by retaining K-3 literacy specialists for foundational skills and providing professional development for teachers and highly effective instructional strategies. They're also focused on increased social emotional supports with SEL instruction and increased support through a counselor FTE and professional development for teachers and responsive classroom. And finally, the area of focus is increased enrichment opportunities with cultural and art enrichment activities during the day and funding after school clubs through stipends and supplies. And we asked them to include an overview, a very high level overview of how they were going to allocate their funds according to those priorities. And you can see based on the graphs that they're focused on enrichment, attendance, social, emotional, and literacy and math. So you can see how that breakdown occurs. And then 83% of their budget is spent on people and professional development. And you can see that that's very focused on K-2 literacy teachers, professional development for teachers, and then stipends and contracts. So now that we have presented, you may be asking yourself, what's next? So if we have approval from this body for this plan, we will submit that by March 31st. And then what will occur at that point is ODE will review that. They expect to do that sometime through April, May, and maybe even into June. At the same time, they're going to have a group called Quality Assurance and Learning Panel, also involved as their approach to ensuring the level of quality for the plans. If all of that goes through, then we will learn if there are things that we need to adjust based on their review, or how we are moving forward with the plan that we've submitted to them at that point. And now we are able to answer any questions or take any comments that you may have.
Any board member have questions, comments, thoughts on what you just heard? I just wanted to myself clarify. So with the 6 existing kind of programs, nothing changes on the funding side, correct? Like we're not getting additional monies from the state for either of those, correct?
Nothing that's outside of what they're
already.
The estimating for an increase in the legislative, yeah.
Any other comments, thoughts? Okay. So now we will have time for public comment specifically on the integrated guidance presentation that was just done. So is there anyone from the audience that want to make comment or anything related to the integrated guidance presentation? If you are, just raise your hand and we'll have the form available. Going once, twice, no? Okay. All right, with no comment, then as outlined in the presentation, it does need to be approved by the board in order for it to be submitted to ODE by the end of the month. So at this time, then I will entertain a motion from one of the directors.
I will make a motion to approve the district's aligning for student success integrated guidance for 6 ODE initiatives application as presented.
All right, do I have a second? Second. All right, so I've got a motion by Director Rasmussen for the approval of the district's aligning for student success integrated guidance for the 6 ODE initiatives, and seconded by Director Jones. Any further questions, comments, or discussion? Seeing none, then we'll roll into the vote. Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director Rasmussen.
Aye.
Director Jones.
Aye.
Director Nelson.
Aye.
Director Richardson.
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. All right. See, we just passed the 2-hour mark. So directors, do we want to take a quick break? We've got a couple other lengthy presentations tonight. I recommend taking 5 to stretch our legs a little bit and then continue on. So with that, then so 8:03, we'll resume the meeting at 8:10. Superintendent Bernal.
Thank you. So a couple things under my report tonight. Before we get to those items, I wanted to say a few things. I wanted to take a moment to acknowledge that it has been a very trying year and that our staff are facing significant challenges and are all exhausted. We also know that we are not alone in this and that school districts across our state and our country are struggling through these same concerns. COVID was a challenging time, and unfortunately, as educators, we are continuing to cope with the ramifications as they manifest inside our schools. Our kids missed out on valuable milestones and learning opportunities during the shutdown, not only academically, but socially and emotionally as well. Students are coming to us with significant needs in ways we have not seen or experienced before. These past few weeks, we did have the opportunity to sit down with the parents and classroom teacher who spoke at our last board meeting. They were able to share additional concerns, ask questions, and offer some great insights and ideas. We were also able to clarify and speak to some of the processes and supports that are already in place. We continue to meet with our union leadership on a regular basis and appreciate the open dialogue we have had surrounding these hard issues. There are things we have already put in place this year, things that are currently in progress, and things we are planning as we look ahead, and we look forward to sharing those at a future board meeting. I believe wholeheartedly in our district's vision and that our schools are a place where children belong, and each student is known by name, strength, and need. We undoubtedly have work to do on all fronts to ensure we continue to commit to this statement each day. But I also feel optimistic about the things we are doing and can do to help address these challenging circumstances. And I look forward to continued collaboration and conversations on these matters. Thank you. And with that, I'm going to turn the time over for our bond planning update. And I will invite our bond team to come up for our presentation this evening.
No one wants to sit by me. Okay, well, hello again. So tonight we wanted to present to the board a recap of the bond work that has been underway in our district, and specifically the amazing work that has come out of the Community Advisory Committee. So tonight you are going to be hearing from a couple of members of Opsis Architecture, Steve Nelson and Alec Holster, plus a beautiful picture of Liz, who is not speaking tonight. Jeremy Wright, who is our public affairs consultant, and then two members from our Community Advisory Council who have so graciously offered to help us present tonight, and that is Davina Craig and Anthony Pereira. Team introductions, check. Foundations for this process. We are going to be going over some of the engagement process. So prior to beginning this, the board actually identified facilities as a priority and district goal to work on in 2023. I don't need to go into too much detail about the strategic planning process, but facilities and a potential bond was also identified as a key element in that as well as developing board and advisory committees towards equity. Setting the table for discussion. Good. One more. There we go. I won't read all of this, but this is available on the website should you choose to go get a little bit more narrative. But some of the work that had been underway prior to the community advisory group meeting for the first time was a facilities condition assessment, which was last completed in 2019, as well as our long range facilities plan. We did qualify for a $4 million in the awesome grant funds, so that's great. We have completed seismic upgrades, including the renovation of the high school gymnasium, utilizing ODE in the TAP program. The district engaged Piper and Sandler to help us structure bond packages and determine tax impacts. And the district engaged a PR firm, which you'll hear from Jeremy in a little bit. The district leadership met with community groups such as Rotary and Lions Club to take the temperature related to a potential bond. And then moving forward, we launched into developing the initial scope. And with that, I will turn it over to Steve from OPSIS.
Sorry about that. Good evening, everybody. I'm Steve Nelson. I'm an associate principal with OPSIS Architecture. First off, I just want to thank the school district for allowing our team to help facilitate this very important process. Is that better? All right. Sorry. I wanted to thank everybody for the opportunity to help in this very important process and the success of any bond program. The first thing that we did as a team was to help develop 3 specific teams related to the outreach process. The first team was the Bond Leadership Committee, which helped guide the process. It included board member Aparicio and the superintendent and members of the district administration. They helped guide the process. The second was to develop the bond planning committee itself, which included members of school district staff. It's a smaller group, but most importantly, it was the development of the community advisory committee. But kicking off in the process, we work with the Bond Leadership Committee and the Bond Planning Committee to go through and review the work that had been done previously relative to facility assessment and the long-range facility plan in preparation for a series of meetings that we had with the community. The structure itself, the Bond Leadership Committee, is primarily a guidance and a decision-making group, a very small group that we'd meet with on a regular basis, just about every week. And this process really started almost a year ago. And it was instrumental in the initial development of the process itself leading up through the spring of 2022, excuse me. The Bond Planning Committee included principals from each one of the schools, along with very specific district staff that gives us a little bit anecdotal information on the facilities themselves and the work that went into the condition assessment and the long-range facility plans. The most important group, though, was the Community Advisory Committee. And you'll notice here that there were a lot of people on this committee. There were almost 50 community members that were involved in this process, in addition to select district staff and the leadership group themselves. It included student representatives, parent representatives, community partners, whether they're at the local ESD or the community college, and community members at large. And first off, I just wanted to thank every single one of these committee members and the commitment that they made to come to the committee meetings themselves and provide the input they did. The advisory committee development itself, they were an advisory group. They were created as there were certain members that were actually selected and invited directly. But then mostly the group were, there was an all call out to the community for anyone that wanted to participate. And one of the reasons why it was so large is we did not want to deny anybody the opportunity to participate. Okay. The schedule, again, it started in the spring of 2022, and it started with the backup information collection of information from the Bond Planning Committee and the interviews, reviewing of the long-range facility plan and and the facility condition assessment. We had a series of meetings with those staff to get that anecdotal information leading up to the community groups meeting. Initially, we thought we were going to have 3 community advisory committee meetings, but that actually expanded into 5. Once we got into the process, we realized that more input was needed, and everyone in the group graciously decided to keep participating. So that was really a wonderful thing. And what we'll do now is we'll start to go in and give a description of what happened in each one of those meetings. Alec?
Yeah, thank you. So the very first meeting was a kickoff, and we spent time working with the group. And I'll reiterate what Steve said. 50 people. I think it's the largest planning committee we've worked with ever. But everybody really was engaged. And from that very first meeting, and we talked about the basics of bonds, what they mean, how they work. And then through that process, the next thing we did was really get into a workshop mode where we all divided into tables, separate tables, groups, and worked through, next slide, work through a beginning of a prioritization. And that's what through the whole process is about, is trying to figure out what the community is looking for. There are so many needs, and it's figuring out what are those priorities. And so that activity really looked at some of the basic areas. If you can keep moving along through here. If we think about the priorities that were out there, we broke them into some major categories, including the replacement of the high school, warm, safe, and dry, and really the need to communicate what might happen to the existing school. At this point, though, it was really an open discussion as to what those priorities were. So the groups came together. They each came up with their priority, and then read that out to the overall group. And together we came toward, at least at the end of that meeting, with the number 1 priority being for a replacement of the high school, and number 2 on the warm, safe, and dry side.
At the second meeting, we talked about, we had a presentation of what a new high school might look like. There was kind of a virtual tour based on some work that was done in another location in Oregon. I believe it was Eugene. It was very interesting to see because it was a very stark difference from what we have here locally. Because I think our local high school's been around for 80 years. It was very open. Everywhere you went, there was glass, so you could see it, had an open field to it. It had various meeting rooms, the classrooms, but also other areas where work could happen, to big rooms like this to small little breakout areas, but also they talked about, the IT and how it could be upgradable to move with the learning of today. Obviously HVAC. It was really truly a community space. So that picture there is, obviously not what it's going to be, but it was very interesting to see what they have done in other areas to bring it up. Let's see, on the next slide there, the proposed site that came out of go ahead and move it up just a little bit more. The proposed site was out on the Watonka campus to provide adequate space for parking upgrades to the area, but also utilize some of the other things that are there. The CTE programs, specialized instruction, athletics was a major component as it was there. The new high school would also provide, obviously lower operating costs, need for repair. And we recapped a lot of the things that were brought up in the first meeting of why we moved as a community group in that direction. Another highlight of that was the upgraded safety to the students and staff in the community that would use the building in the future.
Yeah, go to the next slide, please. In the third meeting, we presented the main focus of this meeting was to present the polling that my firm and Patinkin Research Strategies did on behalf of the district. I want to highlight, before we presented the polling in this meeting, we actually had a presentation from students, and those students was just a Q&A of what their experiences were at the high school, and it was actually quite powerful, their own real life experience. And then we went on to present polling. I'm going to run through a real brief version for the board. We can provide you with the whole slide deck. Next slide, please. So what we did, what we did was, the first thing was ask a sample question of what a bond would look like for voters in your district. And we started with the highest number that the committee was considering, like everything. So that was $180 million. And I'm not going to read the whole question over there, but what we asked was, basically, would you support this if the election were held today? And your community is split, and I want to emphasize, you about 38% were in support, and this was without hearing anything. This was just out of the gate, ask them the question, because we like to give them a get a cold sense, because a lot of times people will just vote without hearing anything. And so we asked, and about 38% were in support, 34% were opposed. And I want to emphasize that very large green box over there, and that was undecided. So your community has, while they're split, there's a huge group of folks who just didn't know at this point. And that's pretty normal, and that's okay this far out from an election. Go to the next slide. And then what we did was test 4 different packages. So we went down. So it was like the 180 million, sorry, it was 100, this thing's so blurry, you can't read it. 160, 140, and then 120. And basically what we did was make the bond a little smaller with each package to make sense, right? You take 20 million off each time, you're going to take away some things. All of it, though, had a new high school as a component. And you'll see in the next slide that when we got, and I also will note, we put in a price per 1,000, the actual cost in those 4 packages when we asked them the number. And you'll see that, opposition grew pretty strong with the higher number of ones. Your community is price sensitive. Your community wants a good value. And those larger numbers just were not, frankly, a non-starter for where you're going to go. So we're focusing, we would urge you to focus on that 140 to 120, which is kind of where the committee went based on our polling. Next slide. And this just shows where we, we pick up folks going from 140 to 120. We picked up a lot of parents, younger voters. I wanted to share this with you because as the number went down, we picked up some really key groups that you're going to need to pass a bond. That includes parents, younger voters, people, your Republicans. Those are folks who you need in this community to win a bond election. And finally, let me just walk through. It was a much larger presentation than this, but I want to just give you a quick summary. First thing is only 4 in 10 of your voters are aware of your facilities and the need of repair. There's a huge lack of understanding of what is going on, what are the conditions of your schools. Good news is that plurality of folks are satisfied with the quality of education North Wasco School District is providing. As I always talked about, voters start out divided, but they are very price sensitive, and that's an issue. Voters under 50 and voters with kids tend to be the most supportive. That's not unusual, pretty common across school districts we work with. The level of support and opposition remains constant. So you have a group of folks who will really support you, and you have a group of folks who are not necessarily opposed to your school district, but are opposed to more taxes. And so throughout the survey, we just kept these kind of groups there. And then the undecided kind of came up and down based on what we were doing. Voters are divided over the lower bound amounts, meaning that, you do still, you have a path ahead of you, but you have a divided community. Top testing bond projects are warm, safe, and dry. Those things are really important to your community, keeping your kids safe and dry and warm, and ensuring the bond is fiscally responsible. And finally, these last two I think are really important. Polling is a snapshot in time, but I will say that it's very clear that your community needs education about the need at the high school, especially. They're just not aware of the condition of that facility. The second part of that is that it came clear in the polling was you need to have an answer and a clear description of what you're going to do with the old high school if you build a new one. The community values that property, wants to see something there. So though that is part of any solution, our advice would be your community's input. And that was it for.
Excellent. Is that me? I mean, I can talk about it. Do you want to talk about it? It says me, but
Yep, I just saw Davina on here, but I was going to talk. Yeah, so I'll finish these next two slides. The next meeting, we talked a lot about tax, the tax and timing implications. So really working through how the tax rates, how the impacts would be. And then the next slide is we presented results from this past election in November. And these are all the bond elections that were on the ballot. And, this is really good news. We were able, school districts, large and small across the state, were able to pass bonds in a good percentage. And most of these were tax increases. So these were not just renewals. And myself, we worked on a few of these, and one of the things we saw was, kind of divided sentiment in our polling. But when it came campaign time, voters came around and were willing to tax themselves to support their schools. So we presented this map just to give people a sense of where the communities have been across the state.
One of the questions that kept coming up too, related to timing was whether or not when to go out for the bond. And we had a pretty good discussion about construction cost and escalation and how that factors into the timing of the bond. We've been getting a lot of data that we shared with the group relative to what's been happening in construction markets recently. Over the last few years, there's been an extreme amount of escalation in the markets, but we're starting to see that tend to start to ebb down a little bit. It's not quite as extreme as it was. And so we factored that in the discussion as to whether or not a May bond made sense or whether or not it made sense to push it off and go to a later bond in November of 2023. Yeah. And then one of the other questions that kept coming up as well is, well, why can't we just spend the money at the existing high school site? So we had a discussion about what the limiting parameters are relative to rebuilding a high school on the existing site. And primarily what it came down to is the site is just so small. It does not allow for the types of programs and activities that a 21st century learning environment needs to provide. In addition to the fact that a lot of the site type development has to be limited because of the type of sensitivity to the fields that are just south of the school, and plus it would not solve problems relative to athletics, making a consolidated school. We couldn't bring athletics onto the site, much less parking, and dealing with things like accessibility. It makes it extremely difficult. Davina?
the little trick was to put my name on like half the slides and really pay attention. So the build a bond exercise. So meeting 4 was one of our added meetings that was requested by the community members to say, because we still were struggling to lay down enough information that we felt like we had our arms around everything to make a decision about timing of bonds, scope of bond recommendations, and all these pieces. There's
There's just really a lot to it. So the build a bond exercise really turned out surprisingly for most of us to be much harder than we thought, considering we had already been to all these preparation meetings to hear from the tax assessor people. I mean, just all these sources of information. And what the exercise was basically to say, you can go to the next slide, please, that let's go with the base of $120 million. That's the least expensive package available. This is off script, but in case anybody doesn't remember, in 2000, the last bond 17-ish, that was the total package put in front of the community. So that was a lot of pause in the room, like, right, because we all lived here. We remembered how that was challenging. So that's inflation, that's the building cost part. So we were given all these playing cards down here with dollar amounts. Yeah, electrical upgrades, $1 million. So, you know, my dad can't do that work for the school district. That's what it's going to cost. But what really became super clear is that while this group of people was super invested, had super diverse backgrounds, not everybody came to this community action committee in support out of the gate for the idea that we would even propose a bond, but ultimately the group did come to consensus there, that when you made us put money on the table and say what's in and what's not in, it was very uncomfortable. So like ADA upgrades. I am going to say this publicly because this is what you all are going to have to make decisions about too. In the existing building are such an expense that our recommendation wouldn't be to prioritize that in that building. Like that, I couldn't, it was like morally distressing for me to say that. But in a new building, that's a given that those amenities are available. But the cost for even what we would invest in the existing, the Dallas High School, in the completion of a new one was part of our task. Does that get included in the bond? Does it not? It was really exceedingly valuable. So the next slide, out of all of this diverse group, and again, like in this work group, you just randomly sat down at a table, and most people, it looked like were seeking out people they hadn't met yet. At each new meeting, I sat at a new table to meet new people, figure out what they were learning. So in this exercise, you're just sitting down with like other people you've seen in a room. I have no idea who you are, what you come from. But when you put all of our information together, what bubbled to the top were the top priorities. And that is to increase capacity, to not just cover the amount of students we know are in 6th grade right now, but to say what we want for our future is a growing community, and what a growing community has is more kids that need education. So, so that was a top priority. The athletic fields were our next highest priority out of the consensus of the group. And then in the investment in the existing Dallas High School, you can see how that worked out. And really the thought was, we won't know what that existing high school may be used for until we pass a bond, construction starts, and we have a move-in date that the school district can decide how to utilize that space. So just creating a shell of a school that is secure and safe, warm, safe, dry, you hear us say that, is sort of like what the group had envisioned. Like make it usable, but let those increases and additions happen later in the community process.
So the next slide is a little bit of a summarization of what she was just describing. What you can see over there on the right-hand side is a chart of essentially how the voting on each one of these individual groups that we had split up amongst ourselves, and kind of voted on what the highest priorities are. The other thing that we also came out of this was if there were other types of scope that could potentially get rolled into some of these packages beyond just the highest priority and second highest priority. The idea here, though, is to kind of understand that there's cost implications to each one of those, and it's not to say that you can capture all of those bond scopes into a 120 or 140 million bond, but the idea is to try and capture as much as you possibly can. The goal of these community meetings was to come up with a recommendation to you as to what the community felt would be the potential for what a successful bond scope might look like and what that recommendation would be. And it essentially, in summary, they were thinking that anything between the 120 and $140 million range could be successful. It could capture the needs of the district. The other thing is that it provides more opportunity if the bond was pushed to November of 2023, because there's continual outreach that's going to need to happen not just in a bond campaign, but also just education on the part of the voters out there, so they kind of understand the condition of some of the facilities within the district and the need. But then also there was some discussion about, well, how long would the bond length be? You can do bonds in 20, 30-year increments, and the 30-year increment was kind of the sweet spot, we felt. What's next? The timeline.
Yeah, so as you see here, our next steps in terms of engagement and community input is right now we're here at the board update. And then from here through, I guess, April, community and staff feedback and some updated polling possibly, and then the community engagement group starting up. May, June, would you finalize the bond scope? And in June, this board would take action if you chose to move forward with a bond recommendation. And then it's go time, essentially. Bond campaign happens. I want to highlight the Awesome Grant. That is a state matching fund that the district has to apply for. That deadline is July 15th. And the district would be eligible for, I believe, $8 million matching grant that you only get if the bond passes. But that would allow you potentially to backfill or increase scope. And then your filing deadline to put a bond on the ballot is August 18th. And the election day would be November 7th.
What is the district doing right now? In continuation of everything that they've done up until this point, they're continuing to look at ways to improve the facilities through their general funds, and also looking at grant opportunities out there as well to be able to help fund some of those improvements. There's also the development of a facilities group. They're reaching out to some of the members that were a part of the community advisory committee and some of the community members to get a better sense of the overall need within the district and to provide some recommendations there. And then also there are a series of FAQs that are being posted to the district website, so that those questions that would typically come up in a campaign like this, they can go to the web, people could go to the website and get a lot of those questions answered. There's also a number of things that are being considered next as well, including the creation of a community liaison group to help do some education within the community, as well as some visioning for the Dallas High School. And then do broader community education through the development of like 360-degree videos of the school to visually give people an idea of what's out there. And then also continuation of any open houses to invite the community in so they can see it for themselves as well.
I think lastly, as Jeremy said, the issue of what happens with the existing school, and the question is a little bit of the chicken and egg here, because until the bond passes, but I think the district made statements around the fact that it needs to have a strong connection to the community, and that this would be used in a way that supports community needs. I think at this point, there is some discussion about part of that visioning could be happening in this meantime to think about some of the options. But again, you can't really set those options until you can't really negotiate with users until, and it does take a while. I think in that timeline, what we didn't show is building a high school, designing, building, construction. That's at least 2.5+ years. So from November. So it is a longer period before a facility of the existing school would be available for other uses. And I think with that, I did want to just add before we're all done here, this community action committee was fabulous, really. And I'm not just saying that we do a lot of these, but not only additional meetings, but the attendance. Sometimes these things drop off, 50, 40, 30, then you're down to 10. This one was just robust all the way through. There was great, and most people, as you said, didn't know each other. And there was great camaraderie. It was actually, I think, a fair amount of fun, even though it was intense. And everybody really dug in and was all talking and thinking about what does this community need? What can they accept? What's the tough decisions? So it was a really great group to work with. Want to add anything? Well, we're done. Questions? We're ready, open for questions, right?
Yeah, we're open for questions.
Any thoughts, questions, comments?
I have a thought. I'm really glad to hear that the group, which was really large, was very active. That is really good to hear, because the last time we went through this, I don't think we didn't quite have that level of participation. And that's what the board wanted to see, was a bigger community active group, and spreading the word in the community so you can build trust and respect for the group, and a level of interest community wide. So I really want to thank you for your participation and the work that you've done here. It's good. Thank you.
Thanks.
Right, any other questions or comments? I did also want to take the opportunity just to thank Anthony, Davina. You guys have been super helpful, even to the point of presenting tonight. I see some other faces sprinkled in the crowd that had been participating in the group, and thank you. I know those evenings were lengthy, but they were very great discussions to figure out the best path forward for our community, be it that we have so many needs across all of our facilities. So, thanks for the time and effort. I know that this is still another long road we have from right now where we sit all the way till November. So thanks for the continued work. And we want to see kind of the investment in this community and the kiddos that many of us parents have and they deserve. So thanks again for everything and the time you guys have invested.
This might be a protocol breaker, because I think you just wound us out. But in reply to your comment, a political action committee has formed already out of the group from the community action committee, because we didn't want to lose the momentum of this massive group of people who were invested. So, and that was discussions throughout the whole thing. Anthony was there, so I keep wanting to throw him into this microphone, but why did it not work last time? And there was no singular reason why it didn't work when it was proposed. And whatnot. There were really multiple, but there were like a key handful. And those were all brought out of the group and shared with administration. And what I would say back to all of you, whether you were a community member or a board member or wearing both those hats, is that the administrative group that we've asked questions of or said we need more of has been so timely and thorough in proceeding with their own deliberations to come to us with answers to address really these key 5 issues of why things didn't go right last time. And that puts us in a better position to go out and promote whatever it is that you all decide is going to be successful for us. And that our partnerships in all these communities, is what I heard the whole meeting, is our partners are just as important. That's what we're hearing. It's not just the school board and the PAC, it's the city council, it's parks, it's all these people are going to need to come together to make this all work for us. So thank you, all of you.
Yeah.
So just to echo what Davina has said, wherever you work, whatever you do, it's going to take this whole community to do it, and we all have to work together. So whatever the board, other partners can do to create the value, to tell the story, because if the school, let's say the bond passes and we move forward, that's the tip of the iceberg of what could happen. So if there's a list of goals that's going to be made, not for the school district, but for the town, the county, the overarching, and what piece does the school board play in, and the principals in the schools to accomplish that goal, to tie into to everybody. So if we're all on the same page and create the value for the average, the Joe, the me, out there, they're going to vote for it or be more inclined to vote for it, because there's going to be the no's, there's going to be the maybes, and the maybes is what we have to do. Because I walked into meetings, I wanted them to convince me to vote yes, because I'd walk in and say, no, I'm going to be critical. I have a financial background, loan officer. What's the sources and usage? The whole ball of wax. I'm going to say no before I say yes. So make me say yes. And the bond committee made me say yes, which is good because of the involvement, because of the passion that was there. But we're all yeses now, probably, or the majority of us, if we were to hold a bond on the committee. Yeah. But we got to convince and sell it, provide the value to the community to vote for it. So that's in your hands, and we'll help you. Thanks.
All right. All right, the other topic under the superintendent's report that we have tonight is the student investment account annual report for the 2021-2022 school year. So we'll hear from our CFO, Ms. Flath.
Hello. Student investment account, we have to give you a report every year. We are looking at revising what's on the report. It isn't incredibly thrilling to look at, but it does contain the basic of the information, which is this last year was still a COVID response year, and we definitely made sure we maintained what we had, tried to grow. We did last year successfully hire all of the classroom assistants. I said there was 9. We expanded another grade in the DLI program, and maintained pretty much everything else we had. There wasn't, the big thing that did happen was the strategic plan, which kind of rolls right into what the integrated guidance was this year, and then wrapping of everything together. And the SIA plan fits pretty well within that, and that had a lot of public input. So that's part of what our process was. And that's kind of really quick. Do you have any specific questions you want to go through? And we certainly will go through more on the budget process. I know everybody loves to talk numbers.
Any questions specific to SIA, or else next on the agenda is Ms. Flass, CFO report. So we can go right in.
I do have,
Dr. Nelson.
So in 3 and 4 on this sheet, they have questions there which aren't answered here. So are those questions going to get answered as time goes on? And 3, how have the relationships with or between those groups changed and or been managed throughout the academic year? And how will you have learned this year impact future SIA implementation efforts? So those questions, when did they get answered by you?
That's a good question. And the relationships with the community partners and or groups, I focused on the strategic plan and all the process we took collecting it. And last year, when I say it was a lot, was a response year. And again, we're still recovering from coming out of COVID and all the effects of that. That's why I say maintained. We didn't get to do a lot of proactive stuff last year, which we are starting to integrate and getting through this year, but that's where the strategic plan kind of comes in. But your point is valid. We need to do, I think we need to remodel this and work with the state and coming up with a better way and things that we evaluate. And I think the integrated guidance will be very helpful in that process because it has a lot of data points that will get to these specific issues. So I'm kind of focusing forward on what we're doing with SIA.
Okay.
Does that help?
Any other questions regarding SIA? Okay. All right, we'll move on to your report, Ms. Flack.
And I do have I think, is the board action thing right in between? Okay, just making sure. I only brought the papers, not the agenda. So I do need a motion to appoint budget committee members. We currently still have, aside from you fine folks, 3 community members that are still, their term does not expire until this year and next year. But we do have 4 vacant positions. We did put a request out both on our Facebook forum, on our web page, and then to community partners that we've been working with, and definitely tapped into our community bond planning group. We did receive 5 applications. We have 4 open positions, and I included all of their applications behind there, and I just need 4 people appointed.
All right, any discussion related to the 5 applicants that we have for the 4 positions? Director Rasmussen?
Just a quick question. Is there anything that would preclude us from adding 1 more position to this? Or is it by policy that has to be 4 people? Because there's 5 people that applied and there's 4 slots, but I always look at it when you get people stepping up, we want to be able to keep them engaged. So is there any way we could add 1 more position and then approve them all? Or vote on them as such?
I honestly don't know the policy off the top of my head.
Yeah, I'm not sure if there's a policy in that. You could make 4 of them voting members and add another one. I think part of the idea behind this concept is that you have 7 board members and you have 7 community members. And so I think it's important to keep that. We could have another member that sits on the committee and is participating, but maybe isn't a voting member. That would be my recommendation.
Do you need a motion? Okay, so I'll make a motion to nominate Christy Timmons, Serena Smith, Anthony Pereira, and Jennifer Gunter and as voting members. And if we create a space for an additional person, Jared Glossom, because he's one that doesn't have any real, I mean, by his own application, he doesn't have that experience with budgeting. And so this would be great for him to learn that process and come and be a part of it because he has some interesting thoughts and ideas. So that's what I would make that nomination.
All right, do I have a second?
I'll second it.
All right, so I've got a motion by Director Nelson to, let me make sure I get this right. So Christy Timmons, Serena Smith, Anthony Pereira, Jennifer Gunter as voting members on the Budget Committee, and creating a space for Jared Gosson to also participate as a non-voting member. Sorry, I missed the second. Was that Director Rasmussen? Yep. Okay, thank you. Any further comment or discussion? I just want to say I picked up the same thing with the experience level, Director Nelson. So that's where my eyes were at in the for the voting membership. Any other thoughts or comments? If not, we'll roll into a vote. Okay, seeing none, then Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director Rasmussen.
Aye.
Director Jones.
Aye.
Director Nelson.
Aye.
Director Richardson. Director Stevens. Chair votes aye as well. Okay, all right. We'll roll into your financial statements.
Okay, and just as a note, we do invite our union leadership just as voting, non-voting members, but part of the committee. So I understand that makes sense. I'll go through the financial report really quickly. We're still in a good spot. Some of this language is similar from last month. I do want to make sure you all know the statement of economic interest is open. So please do fill that out. You don't want to get the dirty note from the state and you'll get a fine. Just making sure you know. The first year I was here, I didn't know I had to do it and they tried to fine me. I'm just saying they take it very seriously. So facilities corner, we are working on a lot of things. I don't know if anybody noticed, but by the Dallas High School, we trimmed some trees. They were mostly dead. We were worried about them falling down on students or people passing by. We do have our Sodexo position hired. And again, that's not going to be managing staff, but it's going to be working on buildings and planning and doing some strategic thought behind all of that and helping with some energy grants. And his name is Ryan. He's actually still here right there. Okay. I was like, I hope he's still here. That would be weird. We are working on our athletic fields to get ready for spring. We did, in conjunction with Sodexo, our partner, purchase a cargo trailer that we will put all of it. We purchased a stage last year. I don't know if you noticed, it was new. We bought some ADA ramps for this year, and that's quite a large investment. So we're going to keep that in that cargo trailer so it stays in one place, and it's all in mostly put together. It'll be easy to get in and out of. Nutrition, we really do have a food truck. We now have a logo for the food truck and we're getting that wrapped. We're just waiting on the vendor. I believe it's in Gresham was the closest we could get, but the Dallas High School graphics art department designed it. The students voted on it with the nutrition staff, and we have one. It's exciting, ready to go. Hopefully in April, you'll see it here at our board meeting. Transportation, I would be remiss if I didn't point out in the last paragraph that Lisa Caseberg's done a great job managing our transportation department, both through COVID and otherwise. And we took over Sherman County Transportation, but she also helps surrounding partners doing a lot of athletic trips and things that we can fill in. And it also keeps our staff busy and working, but she's brought in $558,000 in revenue. It's not just all revenue just to spend, but it does pay for the Sherman County program. So that's an important note. Kudos to her. She loves to bring in her revenue to me, and she does a great job. We currently have a good balance of cash, 9.5 million, still standing strong. There's not a lot of changes in the federal relief funds, but we will be meeting with our union members. Last year we met pretty regularly with them. This year it's just been a very busy full year, and we realized we're now into March and haven't met. So we will be meeting with them and having discussions. I will make a note quickly. The technology report, Mr. Nelson isn't here, but it does include some of the discussion about E-rate. I think there were some questions a few board meetings back. So please read through that. It has some good information on what E-rate is. If you don't have any questions, I'll just quickly hit on enrollment. We did move up, which is good. Only 6, hoping for more, but it'll be interesting to see how that returns. We started the year around 2850 and stayed pretty steady almost to November, and now we're slowly creeping back up, but not to the point where I thought we would be. But we'll see what the next month brings in. Any questions?
Questions, Ms. Flath, on enrollment and financials? Okay. All right, I think we're good. Thank you, Ms. Flath. Our final report is our board attorney report. Anything on your end, Mr. excuse me, Mr. Corey? Okay. So that concludes our reports for the night. We'll move into the first reading on school board policies. First up, we have policy GCBD/GDBD regarding leaves and absences. So this is an internal update to align board policy language with the current collective bargaining contract language. So specifically on the D21 EA CBA, that's found within Article 21, paid leaves, A.5, specifically on page 53. And then on the North Wasco ESP CBA, that's within Article 12, leaves, K.5, found on page 47. So you'll see that in the blue highlight, it changes from 5 down to 3 consecutive days. So that again is to be in alignment with the collective bargaining agreements in place with the 2 unions. Any questions or comments regarding that change? It's more just making sure everything's in alignment. Okay, seeing none, then we'll see that for second reading and adoption next month. Next is policy KBA regarding public records. So this is updated to better align policy and administrative regulation language with statute, and also revising the language to reflect current terms and practices. So again, you'll see the blue edits that are updated with new statute language. Any questions, clarifications, or comments on the updated language there? Again, we'll see this as a second reading at our meeting next month. And the final first reading is policy JEA on compulsory attendance. And so there have been recent changes to compulsory attendance, removing the Class C violation and related fees, court costs, and fines associated with juvenile delinquency matters. So this is coming from Senate Bill 817 that was passed in 2021, and other conditions of compulsory attendance and truancy remain unchanged. So again, the updated blue language is as a result of Senate Bill 817. Any questions, comments regarding the updated language there? Okay, seeing none, again, we'll see that for a second reading and adoption next month. And that concludes first readings. On second reading, we have policy JHCCF, pediculosis or head lice. And so this was an ask from the school district nurses that policy be reviewed and corrected to reflect students that are found with live lice will only be excluded from school attendance. Students found with NITS will not be excluded. This procedure correction aligns with the Oregon Department of Health and Oregon Department of Human and Health Services. And so
on that, just kind of in the middle of the first paragraph, is striking of the language or and knits. Any questions or comments? If not, then I will entertain a motion for adoption.
I'll move to adopt policy JHCCF, headlights.
All right, do I have a second? All right, so I've got a motion by Director Nelson, seconded by Director Stevens to adopt policy JHCCF on pediculosis as presented. Any further comment or discussion on that? Seeing none, then we'll move to a vote. Director Lopez.
Aye.
Director Rasmussen.
Aye.
Directors Jones.
Aye.
Director Nelson.
Aye.
Director Stevens.
Aye.
Director Richardson.
Aye.
Chair votes aye as well. All right, and then lastly, we have for information only an update to policy KBA-AR. That's related to public records. So again, that's being updated to better align policy and administrative regulation language with statute and revised language to reflect current terms and practices. All right. So, let's see, Cindy, you have the sign-in sheet. Thank you. All right. Next is the public comment portion of our meeting. So the North Wasco County School District Board of Directors welcomes public comment on non-agenda items. Those comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. The board will not take action nor respond to public comment at that meeting. Following the meeting, the board chair, vice chair, and superintendent will together determine the appropriate level of response. The board at its discretion may require that a proposal, inquiry, or request be submitted in writing and reserves the right to refer the matter to the administration for action or for study and to report at a subsequent meeting. And that's per policy BDDH-AR, public participation in board meetings. If the board requires a proposal, inquiry, or request be submitted in writing, it should be sent by email with any reference materials sent to Cindy Miller at millerc@nwasco.k12.or.us. And again, speakers may offer objective criticism of district operations or programs, but the board will not hear complaints concerning specific district personnel. Speakers are also invited to submit questions in writing via email to Cindy Miller at millerc@nwasco.k12.or.us, and that will be for review by the board chair and the superintendent. So do have a good number of folks that have signed up to speak tonight, but I did want to acknowledge we did receive 3 written complaints, but given the lengthy list of folks that want to speak in person, I won't read those aloud, but we did receive a written comment from Karen Wilson, another one from AJ and Ashley Quackenbush, and then the third one was from Jacqueline Colt-Farber. So the full written comment will be included in the board meeting minutes from tonight once it's adopted. All right. So get my timer. All right. So first off, we'll hear from Ginger Bradshaw.
Good evening. 3 minutes isn't nearly the time I need to give my story, but I'll try to keep it short and sweet. I'm Ginger Bradshaw. I'm a teaching assistant with the SPED department at Dry Hollow Elementary. I've worked for the district for 9 years. This current school year has been the most challenging and struggling one that I have ever had, and those that I also work with. In short, since school began last fall, our SPED team has been the go-to support when needed for teachers, SELA, administration, teachers. We often have our room used for the students who need breaks to come, and a 15-minute break that they're allotted can end up to be more than that. They also sometimes disrupt our classroom. We've had to clear our rooms often because kids then start throwing chairs, trashing. It happens in teachers' rooms as well as our department. Let's see here real quick. In short, a serious thing happened last Thursday at about 9:20 a.m. We got a call on the intercom that they needed immediate help in the gym for CPI training. Someone who had CPI training. For those of you who aren't really familiar with that, it's crisis prevention intervention. Okay, so we're going to try to get a handle on the situation, keep the child safe and those that are around safe. Okay, Mrs. Lloyd responded immediately, and we thought everything was taken care of. About 15 minutes later, this child ran in to our classroom, and we're out in the modulars area, came in through the door with two hands holding two hard plastic bowling pins, about this size, like this. Okay, Mrs. Lloyd is around him, trying to get him in. I had fifth graders, 7 of them for a math group. We had to get the kids, my kids, out of that room, try to isolate this child, get the bowling pins out of his hand, settle things down. So we did that. We cleared the room. That was the end of that. Then at 11:15, I head out to cover recess, and a walkie-talkie alert is on, and 2 of the kinders aren't lining up to return back into their classroom at the end of their recess period. And these are 2 kids that I work with and know. So I run out there, and they are going around the fence to the back employee parking lot. Okay, 2 little people, little guys, okay? And they're running and they're dodging in between cars, and we're trying to get staff out there. I was able to get these 2 little boys to come to me, which was remarkable. Hand in hand, I got them on both sides, and I asked where they wanted me to take the child, or excuse me, the 2 children. And they said to take them into this one unit in the modular area. So I went with them, got them in the room. There was Sela there and other people. And so I left, went back to my recess area. The next thing I know, there's another walkie-talkie call. These kids have escaped. They're on the run again. I'm serious. This is a daily sort of occurrence. I again was able to go and assist. I got them in the Sela room, which is room 8. If you've heard of that before. And I asked the administration that was in there with me. I said, okay, what would you like me to do now? Do you want me to stay here with this child? Or do you want to go back and do my recess duty? I got nothing, nada, blank. I was so upset. I didn't really know what to do either. I was looking for direction, got nothing. So I stayed. Okay, then my supervisor came, relieved me for lunch, and about another 15, 20 minutes, then the child's parent came, and that was the end of that one. But 3 of my department people had to take care of this one double crisis situation. And we have other kids out there at recess, running around, doing everything. We are even short-staffed at recess time, constantly. I'm going back to my room to finally have lunch. And I look out there, and here's 5th graders. Okay, we've gone from kindergarten little people to 5th graders, and they're playing touch tag like football. It's incredible what these kids play with. Kids down, kids are kicking bark chips all over him like this. And I run over and I go, hey, stop, what are you doing? Again, there was only one recess duty person at that time taking care of children from the employee parking lot fence, the blacktop basketball play yard up to the other fence. One, she had no idea until she heard me yell, and I have a pretty loud voice. So when I yell, people hear me. And she came over, what's going on? What's going on? I told her, but she was all alone. And this is nothing, this is normal. This is normal. I can be out there when the kinders are lining up to someone else coming out, sometimes 10, 15 minutes. First graders, third graders, the kindergarten who doesn't want to go back in. It's a nightmare. It is really serious, and it's safety issues. I thought about it today. One of my employees was clear in the back upper field where a little boy had run up there, sitting on the bank. We had one person kind of down below, one of my team. And I thought, what if there was not a fire drill, but a real fire? What if suddenly we're in a drill, we're in a crisis mode with this whole thing, and here's this little person up there. How do we know how we're going to handle that? I mean, it's just one of those things that I really thought about. It's scary. So I'm really concerned. My team covers me because I turned 71 years old a week ago, and I'm pretty proud of my good health, but there's no way that they want me out there running and trying to, take care and get these kids back in control. I don't know whether any of you would known it, and I'm going to say it, whether anybody wants to hear it or not. I was appalled. 2 Dry Hollow staff, one week, my girl the next week, 2 accidents ended up in ER. Serious ER. Head concussion, basketball, wham, she caught the ball. Okay, serious head concussion, nausea, vomiting, headaches. The other one, the next week, was trying to, meander and watch this little kid who's running off or whatever, slipped in the wet grass on the 19th slope going down onto 19th Street, turned her ankle, fracture, surgery, pins, the whole 9 yards. She's going to be out for a month, maybe 2 months. We're losing staff. We don't have the subs that we need. We can't cover all this. I'm really concerned. So something needs to give. So this restorative, circle and all that ain't working. I know it takes time, but something has got to happen before we really have something serious. So please think about it, talk about it, and do something. And I appreciate your time this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Bretson. And just as a reminder, we do have a pretty long list out of respect for all the other speakers. Just try and make your comments as concise as you can to make sure everyone has an opportunity to speak that signed up tonight. Next, we have Penalo Carlson. Penalo, thank you. Sorry about that.
It's a hard one. So my name is Penalo Carlson, and some of you know me because I've been a school nurse here for 7 years. I thought we were the only school. That's an exact example of everything I've seen for the last 6 months. I started out at Chenoweth, went to the middle school. I worked 3 years as the only middle school nurse, and it was a big job, especially during COVID. But I never saw any level of violence, especially towards adults, that I have seen since I took the chance to transfer over to an elementary school in order to be able to continue to work. Like her, at 2 years, I'll hit 70. I didn't know what I would do if a student ever approached me and physically touched me in an aggressive manner, but it happened in November, and I almost gave my notice at that time. I was just amazed at the amount of small children, kindergartners, over and over again every day, assaulting adults, kicking, punching, scratching, at times drawing blood,
pushing, shoving, stabbing with pencils. 6 months. And it might have eased up a little, but you only got 2.5 months till those kids are going to be back home again. And I'm working with Luke, who I admire his tenacity and his heart that he is putting into these children. We have some pretty lively discussions, mutually respectful, but we're total different generations. And I've let him know that I think it is absolutely appalling that children are continuing to continue physically attacking adults as well as other children. I cannot tell you the amount of times, but it is in your Power School charts that I have taken care of children who've been the recipients of children violence on children. The reason I'm here tonight, this is not something I normally do, is because for the last 6 months, I've had adult parent after parent after parent and staff members come to me and vent their frustration about what changed, because I worked all the way through COVID last year here at this school. I got through COVID. I was exhausted. I thought the elementary school would be a good choice to continue being a school nurse. But I was wrong because something changed. I don't know if it's the way it's being handled, but at the middle school, I never heard of or saw an adult. And we had lots of children who cannot control their emotions. So I am trying to make it sweet and short. The cotton picking union people stole 50% of my points, so I'll spare you those. But I want you to know that it was very painful for me to decide that I will not be returning as a school nurse next year. I have to stay in my office at times whenever I know the child's coming, has a habit of melting down. And I have to shut my door halfway, the half door, in order to feel safe. So I'm not coming back. I'm going to become one of the casualties of your staff that no longer has a desire to work in a public school.
Ms. Carlson. Next, we'll hear from Marissa Isaac.
I will do my best to be quick. Hello again. My name is Marissa Isaac, and I spoke at the last board meeting. Since the last board meeting, I've done further reading to better understand what we're seeing in our schools and what rights we have as parents. But what I feel to be a piece to this complex puzzle is the inconsistency of enforcing the content of the student handbook. I also encourage everyone to get on the Oregon Department of Education and read the Oregon compilation of school discipline laws and regulations. Within this are clearly outlined Oregon revised statutes and Oregon administrative rules that are to be upheld by law. Within this document, it outlines what schools are mandated legally to write into the policies and enforce within the schools. These laws and regulations are in place to help create standards, set expectations, and contribute to a safe environment for all students and staff. The group of parents that spoke at the last board meeting were invited to a meeting to discuss concerns of student safety, disruption of learning, training, and various supports in place. During this meeting, we were informed of the efforts that the district is making to reduce the behaviors and disruptions, but not once were we validated in our concerns or validated what our students have endured shouldn't have happened. Not once during the conversation was there ownership of poorly implemented restorative practices, poor resource support for teachers, or humility in how they envisioned things going versus how it turned out. We are not asking for an overnight solution, and we are not asking to completely abandon restorative practices. We are asking for a bare minimum of having safety in our classroom and accountability of enforcing the student handbook. As you heard in a previous presentation tonight, by advocating for student safety, that must mean that we're demonizing students that have behaviors, saying that they are less valuable and that they don't belong in the schools. That is a bold, unprofessional, personal interpretation, because that's not what we feel. What we are saying is that what currently is being placed for these students is not only not working, but behaviors are getting worse. All students belong, including those students that have behaviors. We need to change something. During the meeting, I was asked, what do you think should be the consequences? It doesn't matter what I think consequences should be. What needs to happen is what is in the student handbook on page 33 and 34. Also during the meeting, there was an inappropriate joke made. Well, we don't have a student up a tree yet. I get that humor is a way that we cope, but with the seriousness of what is happening, that is a reality. It could happen. During the meeting, it felt like there was a disconnect between a theoretical version of what is going on that entailed effective interventions, appropriate resources in place, and a clear understanding by staff of what should be happening. It sounded really good, but it is so far from the reality. I don't have time to read the district guardian student teacher principal compact listed on page 29, but I would like to say if we are signing this compact pledging to uphold our portions, why are safe environments not being provided? Why are rules and expectations not being enforced equitably? Why are all students not reaching their fullest potential? Why are parents feeling, I'm almost done, feeling that there is not enough communication and transparency about their students and what is going on within the walls of the school? I challenge every parent, teacher, administrator, and school board member to read the student handbook again and truly ask yourself if you feel like it is being enforced and if this is possibly one of the quicker fixes that can be done while we work to put the other pieces together. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Isaac. Next, we have Natasha Stove.
Okay. Dear board members, my name is Natasha Scove, and I would first like to thank you for letting me speak again tonight. I spoke at the February board meeting regarding the concerns I had about safety in my daughter Cora's classroom, who is in kindergarten in Mrs. Wilson's class at Dry Hollow. In the weeks since the board meeting, I've had the opportunity to do my due diligence through speaking with teachers, staff, and parents, many of whom I hope you hear from soon. My goal was to understand what teachers, staff, and parents were observing in terms of student behavior and if they felt that A, this behavior was normal, and B, if changes to this behavior and how it was being addressed could be made. The resounding feedback was no, it's not normal, but they're hopeful that with the collaboration and support from the district, improvements can be made. I was lucky enough to talk to veteran teachers, staff, and parents, and to new teachers, staff, and parents from every building in the district. The sentiments are the same. We're all collectively concerned that the violent and destructive behavior is getting worse and deteriorating at a concerning rate. After I spoke at the last meeting, I, along with 5 other parents and Mrs. Wilson, were sent an email invitation to meet with the principal and superintendent to address our concerns, ask questions, and hopefully discuss possible solutions. We drafted 2 pages of questions and data points we wanted, but 3 p.m. the day before the meeting, we received an email that due to formal complaints filed, those questions and data points would not be answered. The meeting, while respectful, did not accomplish what I was hoping. Solutions and immediate action were not presented, and there was no sense of urgency. Because we had no agenda to work off of, I felt like I was spinning my wheels, rehashing my stories, concerns, and feelings. I was grateful that when I asked one of the district behavioral specialists who I had seen observing my daughter's class, if he had seen an increase in this type of behavior since the beginning of the school year, he noted he had seen an increase just since returning from Christmas break. Stephanie Bowen asked a great question at the end of the meeting, in which we were only able to speak to one of the 4 topics we were to address, which was what would we want one takeaway to be for the district staff members who were present to remember. For me, it's easy. I want validation. I want the parents, teachers, and staff, and even students who are bringing these current concerns forward to be validated in their feelings. I'm not asking whether you agree or not with how I'm feeling. I'm just asking that what I'm sharing be addressed and taken seriously. Supporting the safety of teachers and students is not a controversial issue and is something that we as a district and community should all rally behind. This is not a few parents spinning a narrative or telling stories they don't have firsthand knowledge of. This is not relegated to one class, one grade, or one school. This is district-wide. I implore anyone who cares about our district to volunteer in classrooms, meet with staff and teachers, engage with parents, and learn for yourself what is happening in those schools, and come to the next meeting with your own firsthand knowledge. Please speak up. We must feel validated. We must be reassured that our voices are being listened to and that our concerns are being looked into. I'll continue to say this over and over again, but this is not normal. The Dry Hollow Creed states, we, the Dry Hollow Vikings, believe we should be respectful, safe, and responsible. The word safe is in the creed for a reason, because no staff member or child should feel unsafe in their learning environment.
Next up is Miss Ashley Dodson.
Hello. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak again tonight. First off, I just wanted to acknowledge all the teachers of District 21. I feel like they truly don't get the recognition they deserve. Thanks so much for giving so much of yourself day in and day out, and we appreciate you, and thanks for being here tonight. I hadn't planned on sharing this story, but my daughter came home today and she told me that during recess she was slapped across the face. She didn't tell anybody about it. And when she told me, she said, "Mom, he probably didn't mean it." I didn't react. And I thought to myself, what is normalizing this violent behavior doing to my child, to her boundaries? What does this mean for her when she becomes a teenager or an adult and gets into a relationship? That's scary. It's really scary to me. And why are people becoming complacent because of it? That's even more concerning. The people who are supposed to protect my child. So I was recently invited to a collaborative meeting, just as you've heard some others speak about, with the district representatives following speaking at February school board meeting. Although it was a very cordial discussion the day prior, we received an email that stated administration would not be discussing the data points and questions that we had submitted the week prior. I was also severely disappointed that Ms. Rossmiller and Superintendent Bernal would not be speaking during that meeting, but instead just listening to points. I was hoping for another collaborative session. So I believe our questions have been glanced over, but I don't know that they have been completely heard. And if they have, there has not been any intention or follow-up or action. I would encourage other families, teachers, and community members to start asking these questions and more. So I'm bringing some of those questions and data points to you guys today. We've heard a lot about the District 21 vision, and I'm going to read it again. Our schools are a place where children belong. Each student is known by name, strength, and need, and provided the education and opportunities to achieve success. One of my questions to administration is, do you feel generally that students that are a part of these toxic exposures to violent behaviors and room clears have the same strength and needs and are provided opportunities to achieve success? The District 21 mission statement says educating each student to the highest standards while motivating them to reach their fullest potential and graduating them to be college, career, and life ready. Do you feel generally that the students that are part of these classroom clears and toxic violent behaviors have been educated to their fullest potential this school year? Are these children who have positive reinforcements to negative behaviors actually going to be life ready in the real world where there are consequences to their actions? How does the district intend to make up for lost time in the classroom due to the classroom clearing? On-the-fly lesson plans in the hallway or another teacher's classroom is not a solution. Moving to another classroom only disrupts another cohort of students. What are the number of violent occurrences taking place in kindergarten classrooms? What are they compared to last year? This includes hitting, biting, threatening, punching, kicking. What are the number of classroom clearings in the kindergarten classrooms of Dry Hollow this year versus last year? What are the number of documented staff injuries resulting from students? What are the number of injuries that required medical attention? What evaluation tools are in place to evaluate the success of current practices? We need quantifiable data to measure success and failure. What data do you have and how are you measuring this? Do you feel the district needs to improve their transparency with parents? Although district administration has not been willing to participate in answering these questions, nor willing to share any meaningful data, volunteers have been beginning to log our observations that we have witnessed. These occurrences are during volunteer hours, which total 1 to 3 hours per week in only 1 to 2 classrooms in school.
And I can only imagine what the data would show if it were during all hours of school for all classrooms. The total documented incidents, and this is just for 14 volunteer days, the total documented incidents involving aggression towards staff is 10. This is only what myself and one other volunteer have witnessed. The total documented time students left a classroom without permission, all 14 days. The total documented time of room clears, 7. Total documented hits, scratches, kicks, spitting, punches, or pushes, that's 15 that were witnessed. And then from another school in a different classroom in a 3-month period, there's data that says documented incidences involving aggression towards staff was 13. Total documented time students were bitten by another student, 4. Total documented time students left a classroom without permission, 31. Total documented room clears, 3. And total documented hits, scratches, kicks, spitting, pushes, or punches, 101. And when this information was shared, it was stated that these were witnessed behaviors. That doesn't account for all the times there were unwitnessed behaviors like a slap across the face during recess. So transparency needs to be improved. Education and safety must be a priority. And our teachers definitely need to be supported in their concerns by administration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dodson. Next, we have Haley Isaac.
So my name is actually Haley Drader. D-R-A-D-E-R. Okay. So I'm Haley Drader, and I am the parent of a child going into kindergarten next year. Since she was born, the plan was always to get into a neighborhood where she would attend Dry Hollow Elementary. However, in light of the terrifying and traumatic experiences that this year's children have endured, my husband and I have taken a step back to assess what the best option would be for our daughter. And for the first time ever, we are considering moving out of town to buy a home in a different district in order to provide her the best education. Not for a better curriculum, not because it would be cheaper, not for more convenience, but for the basic need of a safe learning environment for her to thrive in. I attended K through 5th grade at Dry Hollow Elementary myself and added my 6th grade year in the modulars on site. Then went off to the Dallas Middle School, and we were the first 7th grade class to attend school in this very building the first year. I then graduated from the Dallas Wetumpka High School in 2008, where we were also the first class to complete freshman through senior year as the combined District 21 merger. It's fair to say that I have seen my share of changes, developments, progression, and innovation during my 13 years as a student in the Dallas Public Schools, but never was there physical violence, emotional abuse, and sexual assault occurring in the classrooms by the children, with absolutely no answers or accountability by the administration for a plan to address it, to end it, and prevent it from happening again. You are not implementing restorative justice at this age. You are creating a culture of trauma. I do not trust Dry Hollow Elementary at this time with my child's physical or emotional safety or well-being. In fact, if Dry Hollow was a person instead of an institution, their children would likely be taken from them by Child Protective Services for neglect. Please, please, school board members, I'm begging you to step in and enforce the student conduct policy and school values to protect our community's children and their teachers. It's that simple. It may be too late to change my mind about sending my daughter into that place, but I am hopeful that her friends and family members will reap the benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Trader. Next, we have Katie Kelly.
Good evening. It's nice to see you all again. I'm coming here tonight to discuss House Bill 3419 and some of the materials that have found their way into our schools. House Bill 3419, if passed, would direct district school boards to adopt policy for selecting and reviewing books and materials for their school libraries. While I understand this is a tall order, I do believe whether this bill is passed or not, it opens the door for transparency and community engagement, both of which are areas for improvement for School District 21. It may also lessen tensions in future school board meetings. It is important for taxpayers to have a say in what their dollars are funding in our schools. I would like to read a few passages from a book currently in circulation in one of our school libraries. I would read more than one book, but I think Chair Aparicio doesn't want to be flagging me for time. So, are there children here? I don't think so. Or listening, maybe earmuffs for those parents. This book, this page. Have you been taught your legs are a pit stop for men that need a place to rest? A vacant body empty enough for guests, but no one ever comes and is willing to stay. You must have known you were wrong when your fingers were dipped inside me, searching for honey that would not come for you. Even when you undress her, you are searching for me. I am sorry I taste so good. When the two of you make love, it is still my name that rolls off your tongue accidentally. Next, I'm going to read a few passages from a book that is currently being utilized in the new ELA curriculum, Wit and Wisdom. This book is currently being used for second grade ELA lessons and contains passages which I find to be inflammatory. I want to be very clear that I believe the overall context of the historical perspective is important. And I do believe it is important to talk about injustices. However, the inflammatory context of this book makes it an inappropriate tool to be teaching second grade English language arts. I encourage parents of our district, of the students in our district, to carefully review the materials in Wit and Wisdom, and I encourage the board of directors to also carefully review and reevaluate what is being used in our classrooms. The book I'll be reading from is called Separate is Never Equal, Sylvia Mendez and Her Family's Fight for Desegregation. Again, very important topic, and I don't want to take away from that, but I am going to read a few sentences. This is the first page of the book. She was looking for her locker when a young white boy pointed and yelled at her, "Go back to the Mexican school. You don't belong here." Some businesses even had signs that read, "No dogs or Mexicans allowed." They have problems with lice, impetigo, and tuberculosis. They generally have dirty hands, face, neck, and ears. How many of the 292 children at the Mexican school are inferior to whites in personal hygiene? In summary, you have heard several times in the last month the concern regarding learning loss due to severe behaviors in our classrooms. I've heard similar statements from various people in the last few years that the learning loss due to the pandemic is also a concern. I'm going to read a quote from Mackenzie Pulliam that I read just before 5 p.m. tonight that convinced me to speak on this subject tonight. The Oregon education system is failing our kids. Well, less than 45% are reading at grade level and less than 32% are able to do math at grade level. We need to be focusing on academics and catching our kids up on years of pandemic-related learning loss. The purpose of our schools is to set students up for success as they enter the workforce or higher education, not teach them about sexual fantasies. I would expand on that to say we also need to be using appropriate material to be teaching our children that are free from inflammatory content. Parents and community members, I encourage you to be curious about how our taxpayer dollars are being spent by our school districts. If I'm reading our budget correctly, over $700,000 was used to bring new English language arts curriculum into our school district. And that's part of this curriculum. This book is part of that curriculum, almost $1 million. To our teachers and staff, you have been expected to not only implement new ELA curriculum, but also learn how to implement restorative practices during a time when you feel unsupported by leadership and while dealing with severe behaviors in your classrooms. This impossible task should have been recognized in advance by your leadership, and you shouldn't have been expected to juggle all of these priorities at the same time when the district is understaffed. There are several critical to fill positions that have been posted on the school district website for months. When several frontline positions remain unfilled throughout the year, it is a stretch to consider our buildings fully staffed. Again, to the teachers, I appreciate you all so much, and you really are the real heroes.
Thank you, Ms. Kelly. Next, we have Jay Chrisman.
All right. Sorry, I'm a little late to this party. I'm just getting caught up. Most of what I know about what's going on, I learned tonight. So if my facts aren't completely straight, I apologize. But what I would like to say is that my wife and I already have alternatives lined up for our student who will become of school age, not next fall, but the year after. We already have those alternatives in place, but I convinced my wife that Dry Hollow was close to our house and it was a public school and it was a good place to send him. And boy, was I wrong. This is a terrifying amount of information that I've received this evening, and I will definitely be exploring those alternatives after tonight. I heard earlier mention about enrollment, and I know that enrollment affects funding. So I would encourage you to seriously consider that I am, unless something changes drastically in the next year and a half, that's one less student that you're going to have. And I've heard whispers about other people also disenrolling their students. So you're about to hemorrhage a lot of students and a lot of funding if you don't change something. I know people who have their children at St. Mary's, and they are not dealing with these issues at St. Mary's. So the issue lies here, not in the Dalles, in this room, not in the Dalles. And finally, I'd just like to say that I heard some defensive language tonight. Like this is something that we're handling and this isn't our fault. But I also heard a very well thought out, well put forward proposal from the teachers. And in my experience, the boots on the ground are usually the best people to handle the situation. and know the tools that need to be used to fix it. They sounded like they did their homework, so I suggest you start there. The proposal that they gave you sounded like it had a lot of good information in it. So that's all I have for you. Thank you.
Mr. Chrisman. Next, we'll hear from Curtis Dodson.
Hi, good evening. My name's Curtis Dodson. I took it upon myself to step up and read something that was submitted anonymously by a concerned parent and staff member. My assumption is that they may be fearful of any retaliation or possible termination of their position. I'm not a educator, but to me personally, it's a bit concerning that you have people that work within the district who are who don't feel supported or can come forward with certain issues or concerns. So just as a parent, apparently of a child who was slapped in the face at recess today, I just offer, my voice to them. So I'll try to be quick. But to whoever wrote this, thank you. And it's a pleasure to read it on your behalf. A letter to the North Wasco County School Board. Our elementary education is in crisis. The students are struggling with behaviors and the staff is at wit's end. How many teachers, staff members must get hurt and go to the hospital before something is done to protect them? In one of the 3 elementary schools located in our town, there's a staff member that has been bitten every day, bitten to the point of bite marks. Is this staff member supposed to show up to school like everything is okay, knowing that within minutes or hours of attending school, they will be bitten? Daily, kindergartners are running out of the classroom, running off the playground, being unsafe. When they are directed by a staff member to do something different, the staff member is physically abused. Staff have had to go to the emergency room due to the violence that students have inflicted on them. The most recent educational support staff was sent to the emergency room with a fractured foot due to a student running from them. On a daily, we have students that are requiring the resources of the entire social emotional learning staff, SELA, leaving those students who may need them to fend for themselves. When do we consider the other students in the classroom? There are anywhere from 18 to 28 students in a classroom. And when you have one student in the 18-person classroom that is tipping desks, throwing scissors and throwing pencils because they are not getting their way, as an educator, I still have 17 other students to worry about, care for, and protect. The students in these affected classrooms are suffering from a loss of class time, emotional distress, and in some cases, PTSD. These behaviors have been continuing for years and nothing has been accomplished to help these kids. When is mental health a priority? Why are we silencing parents? When there was mention of this on a social media website, the school district deleted the comments of the parents. How is that supporting the district mission statement? Educating each student to the highest standards while motivating them to reach their fullest potential and graduating them to be college, career, and life ready. Or our vision statement, which we've heard countless times tonight already. The only students who are given the opportunities to achieve success are those that are a danger to others. I personally have been attacked by a student in the classroom. I was trying to de-escalate the student from previous extreme behaviors. He showed no remorse for the situation. I was told by my admin that he would not be returning to the classroom for the rest of the day. I felt a little bit of relief hearing this, only to have the student back in my classroom before school was let out. When the student was back in the classroom, the behaviors did not change. Another occasion, the student was sent to have a break with a SELA because he was showing his privates to girls at recess and came back with candy. What does this show our students? Misbehave and you will get rewarded? Sure seems that way. How do we protect the other 80% of students that have to share spaces with these students? There is no easy way to answer this problem. However, I do believe that we need to go back to basics. We need to have kindergarten be a place where we are learning to play and get along with others, learning basic language skills and letters. This new ELA curriculum is too much for the students to handle on top of all the behavior issues. This is a discussion for another time. Do we need to bring back detentions where students who have behaviors must take time out of what they want to do, not being rewarded? Having a staff member available to talk to the students to work toward a resolution on how to correct this behavior. Having the students work towards the restorative justice practices, working to make the wrong they did a right, holding the students accountable for their actions. Back when I was a student at elementary school, we had detention. A detention was awful. It inconvenienced me, and if it was an after-school detention, my parents were then inconvenienced, which made me not want to do it again. Detention can be structured to have a positive outcome, holding the students accountable for their actions, and maybe it is time to put some of the issues back on the parents and hold them accountable for the actions of their minors, not allowing students that are considered a high flyer back to school until they learn how to be safe. I am not sure how this looks. Could it be having the parents sit in the classroom with them? We need to start thinking about the school community as a whole and not just as the top tier of students with behaviors. I invite any one of the school board members to come and sit in a classroom for a day, not one of the classrooms that do not have the student behaviors, but one who has one of the high flyers in the classrooms, one where all the support for the students in the school is trying to help one child. This would open the eyes of many in what happens on a daily in the schools. It is not just one elementary school, it is all of them. We are in crisis. We have heard parents, teachers, and staff cry for help. This is another plea for help. Thank you, an anonymous parent.
Thank you, Mr. Dodson. Next, we'll hear from Connie Crumridge.
Good evening. I appreciate the opportunity to be here to speak with you folks on the board, administration, everyone in the room. I'm here as a concerned citizen and a former District 21 staff person, having served 20 years as an elementary school counselor, first at Wilson School and then at Colonel Wright. Prior to that, I worked for 13 years at Mid-Columbia Child and Family Center, a state and federally funded mental health treatment program. Since my retirement in 2010, I have remained active as a volunteer in all 3 elementary schools. So this is a total of 46 years of involvement with education and mental health in our community. And I have to say that sitting here right now, I feel really sad. I feel really sad because there's so much suffering going on in our schools. And please know that I believe that we're all feeling that, everybody in this room. And I believe that people are going to do what they can to help alleviate this suffering for the kids who are acting out and the kids who are witnesses to the violence and the lost learning. About 4 or 5 years ago, when I was volunteering in a 2nd grade classroom every week, it was a classroom where there were, I think there were 4 kids who were acting out all year long, and room clears and just everything. And one day I was leading, and the teacher was dealing with a student in the back room who was really acting out, just throwing things and screaming. And the kids they all turned and looked at this child who was acting out. They were watching, and then they turned and looked at me. And the looks on their faces, it haunts me, because it was like, what are you going to do to keep me safe? Are you going to keep me safe? And I think about that a lot. And that's our number one job, to keep kids physically and emotionally safe. And again, I trust that we're going to move forward and improve on the situation that we currently have in place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crumrich. Next, we have Brian Hewitt.
I'll do my best to be quick. Hello, my name is Brian Hewitt. I'm an 8th grade ELA teacher here at this middle school. Thank you for allowing me to speak on behalf of our families so that we may share a small glimpse of what we've been experiencing this school year. We have 3 boys. Our youngest, a kindergartner at Dry Hollow Elementary, has been experiencing a lot of the things that we've been talking about tonight. At the beginning of the school year, he was doing fantastic. We got messages from his teacher about how sweet, loving, and kind he is. She would tell us or send messages about how kind and gentle he is and how she wished she could have a class full of kids just like him. Winter break arrived, and upon returning to school, there was a change in teaching staff, and around the same time, they pushed for new restorative justice. This is the same training and program that I went to and the middle school is adopting right now. However, it is being implemented differently at different levels. We found that the school is no longer giving referrals to the elementary students. They are unable to have any type of negative punishment for the children. This therefore changes the structure of school, and kids will quickly realize that they can do whatever they want with very little to no consequences. Students are not always asked to repair the relationship or take accountability for their actions. Restorative practices can still be used with responsibility and accountability. After winter break, my wife started to get calls from the school regarding our child. They said he was having behavioral issues. They were having to send him out of class to calm him down. During this time at home, he became even more snuggly than normal, starting coming into our bed to sleep at night. We had no clue why this was happening. We started being told he was refusing to be in the classroom or leave the classroom, and was telling teachers no when he was told he needed to go back to class. These are all behaviors he had not exhibited at home. We continued to get what seemed like daily calls from the school regarding his defiant behavior, and started to wonder what was going on. The principal would call and say she had to work really hard to get him to go back and join his class, and often they'd get within 10 feet of the classroom door, and he would then reportedly stop and hide under a hallway table and refuse to go into the classroom. During this time, we became very concerned and sent him and scheduled a behavioral health appointment. We asked our son if he felt safe at school, if there were students that made him feel unsafe. He told us a few names, some which he had mentioned before. We then started talking with other parents who have children in kindergarten at Dry Hollow. We found out that when students begin to act out and exhibit unsafe behavior, they have to do a room clear. They remove all 16 to 17 students from the class, leaving one student to have an outburst, often destroying things, trashing the classroom. This disrupts our kids' learning and structure to their day. Once the student is done with their behavioral outburst, they're taken to out of the classroom to a different location where they're given a snack and can sit and play games while they calm down. There are no consequences, no referral, no reparation due to the behaviors. The teachers and other students are left to hope that when the student ends up returning to the classroom, that the behaviors won't happen again. We don't feel that all students should be removed from the classroom due to one student's behavior, even if that student is our student. The school needs to problem solve to find a better way to handle these situations, and if needed, somehow remove them from class so that the greater majority of class can continue to function as normal. Since gaining more knowledge of what is happening in the classroom, we strongly feel that our son started exhibiting these uncharacteristic behaviors due to the chronic exposure to the behaviors of other students. Many students, especially those who are younger, will mirror behaviors, including the negative ones, if it sees that it gains them more attention, more one-on-one time with adults, and gains what they see as playtime outside of the classroom. Young children need some semblance of structure so they know how to behave, and the staff need it as well so that they can feel that they have some sort of structure and support. At this point, what are we teaching our children? Shouldn't we not only educate them, but also guide them and show them that in life they need to know there are rules and must be adhered to, otherwise there will be consequences. Instead of offering these young children snacks and playtime when they act out, our kids should instead be offered a quiet, non-stimulating place to sit and think about their actions. Kids are very smart and able to put together that negative behaviors or actions can allow them to go to a fun room where they get more one-on-one attention, a snack, and can play games and talk to adults without so many other students around. My wife and I truly hope that by sharing our current experience, it will bring more attention to our schools, the staff, and especially the students who so desperately need the structure and consistency in their classroom.
Thank you, Mr. Hewitt. Next, we have Karen Wilson.
My name is Karen Wilson, and this is my 4th year working at Dry Hollow Elementary School, and my 1st year just since January 3rd working as a kindergarten teacher there. I'm speaking tonight because I hope the school board will use this information to change the harmful course our district is on related to behaviors which persistently disrupt learning and breed contempt for authority. The foreseeable result of a well-meaning but poorly implemented one-size-fits-all K-12 restorative practice disciplinary model is that students are behaving in ways never before deemed acceptable in a public school setting. Violent, disruptive, and defiant behaviors are being normalized as they become expected and inevitable. This school year in District 21, behaviors are radically different and getting worse. It cannot be entirely or even primarily blamed on the after effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. I would ask you to consider the question, what has changed this year? Last month, I described some of the problem behaviors which disrupt learning regularly in my classroom. Tonight, I'd like to describe for you what happens when a student who has been removed from the classroom returns. Once a disruptive or violent student is de-escalated, they are usually allowed to return to my classroom the same day, often less than 30 minutes later, sometimes with a brief restorative conversation or apology, sometimes not. Most often, the student will then disrupt learning all over again. They are then again removed from the classroom and the cycle repeats over and over again. Meanwhile, the rest of the class is constantly anxious and on high alert, waiting for certain students to blow up or otherwise disrupt the peaceful order and learning in the classroom. The atmosphere in our room feels unstable and volatile, and even our peaceful times feel fragile as we await the next major disruptive behavior to interfere with our learning. It makes it difficult for students to sustain their focus and to control their own emotional, often unseen and internal response to chronic exposure to these behaviors. They have learned that their teacher and principal are powerless to stop the problem behaviors of the disruptive students, making them feel insecure and unsafe at school. Students who formerly were not discipline problems have begun acting out or emotionally shutting down. The rollout and implementation of the restorative practice policy has turned this district's longstanding disciplinary policy on its head. For students with highly disruptive and violent behaviors, District 21 has taken an approach which now eliminates disciplinary consequences and accountability strategically designed to deter the behavior. Instead of focusing on training students to engage in pro-social behavior through both positive behavioral supports and effective deterrent consequences, the emphasis is simply on the positive supports and returning students to the classroom as quickly as possible, even if that means there has been no change in the problem behavior, no feasible plan in place to prevent recurrence of the behavior, and no additional staff support available to help implement any plan. It has been said that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. That is how the restorative practices disciplinary model has been implemented at Dry Hollow this school year and is being played out day after day, week after week, month after month. Our principal, vice principal, counselor, CELAs, and SPED staff are continually being tasked with chasing after students who have run out of classrooms or out of the school building, or who have simply decided they are not coming back into the school building after recess. The practical reality is that students must possess minimal, fundamental pro-social skills before they can be expected to participate and succeed in the regular classroom. Students who are returned again and again to the classroom after repeatedly engaging in highly disruptive or violent behavior are clearly communicating that they do not possess the most basic social, emotional, and self-regulatory skills necessary to succeed in the school setting. Our students are begging for boundaries. Simply put, we are ignoring their cry for help and setting them up for failure in school and in life. Instead of meeting their need to acquire foundational behavioral skills necessary to succeed in school, we are ignoring their needs and sacrificing the health, welfare, and education of all of our students. Attempting to educate students with severe, disruptive, and violent behaviors in an environment not designed or equipped to meet their needs is unfair, cruel, and harmful to all students and our staff. It is simply not working. Every student deserves the right to a free, appropriate public education in a safe environment. It's high time we offered them one. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Next, we have Sarah Lawrence.
Good evening. My name is Sarah Lawrence, and I have two students who attend Dry Hollow Elementary School, one in first grade and one in fifth. I would like to express my concerns about the district's failure to follow its own discipline policy as stated in its student handbook and refusal to impose disciplinary consequences for repeated violent and disruptive student behavior. My students' learning is regularly disrupted due to defiant and disrespectful student behaviors. For example, my daughter has told me that her fifth grade class has been sent back to their regular classroom early from music on multiple occasions just this year due to out of control, disrespectful, and disruptive students preventing the music teacher from being able to instruct her class. In addition, during her PE class, on several occasions, the school counselor would bring a kindergarten student who had been removed from his own classroom due to violent and disruptive outbursts into the gym to spend his time with her class in PE, often disrupting their fifth grade PE activities. In addition, my first grader has told me that one particular student in his class disrupts learning every single day by screaming at his teacher, refusing to follow directions, and constantly running out of the room without permission. This disruptive behavior has just become normalized as something students and teachers must endure if they want to attend and work in a public school. This unstable behavior has caused my 6-year-old son, who is a strong, respectful, and responsible student, to develop anxiety and experience physical signs of emotional distress. This is evidenced by his regular complaining before school that his stomach hurts and he doesn't want to go to school, even though he has no signs of physical illness. And then when he gets to school, he regularly and insistently complains that his stomach hurts and spends quite a bit of time in the nurse's office or resting on a sick bed. This is totally out of character for him when compared to preschool and kindergarten last year, when he never complained of feeling sick in order to avoid going to school or staying at school. His long-term exposure to violent and highly disruptive student behaviors, both in his classroom and around the school, have caused him psychological distress, manifesting in chronic physical symptoms. Two of my family members teach in this district. My mom is a kindergarten teacher at Dry Hollow, who you just heard speak. She has regularly hit, bit, and spit on. One attack
by a student even landed her in the ER to be checked for a concussion. Another family member of mine is an elementary school teacher at Chenoweth. She was put into a chokehold by one of her students while she was seated at her desk. She sent this student to the office only to have him return to her classroom 10 minutes later. Both of these teachers' classrooms have been cleared multiple times this year due to violent and disruptive student behavior in an effort to protect their other students from physical and mental harm. All of these behaviors have had a significant emotional impact on our family. These concerns regarding the lack of effective administrative response to violent and disruptive students will definitely impact our decision as to whether to continue to enroll our children in North Wasco County schools. I'm a big believer in public education, and I would love to keep my children going to school in this district. The teachers our kids have been absolutely amazing, and it is not in any way their fault that these behaviors are being allowed to occur without any consequences designed to stop them from happening again. I personally witnessed a teacher pleading with the principal at Dry Hollow School to help him address a student demonstrating problem behavior in his class. I heard the principal say to him, with her arms crossed and eyes rolled, "What do you want me to do? Do you want me to just go in and yell at him?" If this district cannot or will not commit to doing whatever it takes to keep students safe, both physically and psychologically from certain students who repeatedly demonstrate violent, disruptive behavior, then we will sadly have no choice but to consider other options for educating our children. We sincerely hope the school board will take immediate action to change the course of out of control behaviors currently creating chaos in our children's school. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lawrence. Our final speaker for tonight is Katie Kuhnel.
So I have 5 kids currently in this district right now. As a former foster parent, I have enrolled 14 children in this district. That's a lot of kids. I have never had one of my kids tell me that they felt unsafe in their classroom until this year. My 3rd grade son has told me over and over again that he feels unsafe in his class. There are room clears. His teacher is actually the one that got choked out that Sarah just spoke about. My child witnessed that. My child does not get hit at home. He does not have to be cleared from a room at home. He does not get called an effing mother effer at home. But yet, when I send my child to school, this is what's happening every single day. And admin is not doing anything about it. And our teachers' hands are tied, and that's unacceptable. So last year, my son had a lot of issues. He was hard. Man, my kid was one of these kids that I got a phone call about every single day. It started out with him getting puking every single day because he's got high anxiety. So he was puking so much, the school actually had to keep a log of it. I took him to the doctor to make sure his throat was okay because he was puking so much. So because he was puking so much, we decided to take breaks in the cougar den. That's where everything went wrong. When my child knew that he could get out of his classroom, go to the cougar den, and he did not have to go back to class, I got phone calls every single day. I can't even tell you how many times I had to pick my student up from school. That is not my student. None of my students have ever acted like that before, ever. I mean, I have a 9th grade daughter who is a straight A student. She has been her whole life. None of my students act like this. I took him to behavior specialists. We sought out mental health services, everything. We went to the doctor constantly. We were always trying to figure out the best course of action for my son so he could stay in school, so his teacher could teach him, and so he would thrive. This year, I told my son, "You're not going to the cougar den. You don't need it. You don't need a break." I haven't had any issues this year. There was an expectation that my child was not allowed to behave like that, and he's not. Now, I've had a few instances where he's been a little sassy to some adults, but no behavior issues.
So I know that a lot of the root issues of these kids that are like really behavior, like acting out, is trauma. As a former foster parent, I am trauma informed. I understand that. That is how those kids are presenting their trauma. Have you thought about the child who's at home watching their parents get beat or yell at each other? But yet they go to school and they don't act out like the child who is room clearing, right? They're silent, they're meek, because that's what they have to be in the household. And then they go to school and they get called names and they see fighting and they see their teacher getting abused. Where's this child's safe space? When did we as a district stop allowing school to be a safe space for these children? This year, last year. Our children aren't safe anymore. I had to email, and I CC'd several of the board members, Dr. Bernal, on this. There was 8 people I CC'd on this email list. 1 person responded. 1. My 3rd grader feels unsafe in his classroom because of the admin. And that is absolutely unacceptable.
Right, and that concludes our public comments for tonight. Appreciate everyone for their comments. We'll sit down with the superintendent and kind of work through the path forward and work to address all the concerns that we have heard tonight. This is the last make sure item for the evening, so I appreciate everyone kind of staying. I know it's a late one tonight, but obviously it's a very important topic for all of us parents that have kiddos in the school. So appreciate you guys' time and effort to stay with us this evening. So thank you. And I will officially adjourn this meeting.